to day 2 of the first Play Beyond Nutrition at League of Legends Summit in association with Zynamite. My name is Kenneth alongside Melvin Izzle. But just before we get I just want to let you guys know a little bit about Play Beyond Nutrition. They're a startup who offer a healthy, efficient solution to nutrient supplements. Product boost energy and focus when you need it most, while being caffeine free, and with another product to help you switch off and sleep after. Imagine it. Whichever way you like to overclock your brain, Disconnect will help you power down safely. Be sure to check out the products at playbeyondnutrition.com. Give them a follow. Let's start exciting community events just like this one, along with the product and hardware giveaways. We're, of course, your hosts for day number 2, the playoff stages. Again, joined by Melvin Izzle, and our day 1 was pretty darn exciting. It wasn't, Melvin Izzle?
Had 2 completely different games, might I say. One was most definitively a bit of a stomp, where Rumble got through the draft, saw their domination out from it, and then in our second game we got a lot more of a back and forth performance. So hoping for a bit more of the latter today, maybe some more even matches to start off.
Yes, so we're not holding back at all. In the quarterfinal stages we're entering now, so these will be best of ones up until the finals, which will be best of 3. So these will mean that teams will be getting eliminated left, right, and center here. The 2 we've got for you right now, our team at Bas Esports, we'll be calling it B Esports, and ESSKT1. And Melvin Izzle, I believe you've come across these jokers of ESSKT1 before.
Well, not exactly the same roster. I have, in fact, seen them play for quite a little while, as they play primarily in the UK university scene in the NUL, a league that I have also cast. That, again, to use the anecdote, you have also cast me losing in, so, you know, always nice to bring up again. Gotta keep rubbing the salt in the wound there, but out of those
I feel like you're doing it to yourself.
I know, but if I don't, I feel like somebody else will. So if I get in there first, it's just it's more efficient, and there's a little bit of a shake-up from that normalcy that we saw in the NUL, with Beartree moving from mid lane in the NUL down to ADC for this roster right now, with a couple different players. So it's up to finding out how they can really work around some of these swaps, with Senior Skelly actually moving from the support position up into the top lane for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, considering that we've got some pretty substantial stakes here today, £750 worth of prizes will be shared between the top 4. So, if you're coming into this one, you've got to make sure that you've made the right decisions for your team. But for any of our teams making it here to the playoff stages, they've done a lot right so far.
Must have done to get here, and I just want to point out, since this is our quarter of finals, one League of Legends game is the equivalent of, at minimum, £100, considering there is a 3rd, 4th place match that will be decided between the £150 and the £100 prize pool for the losers of our semi-finals. But as we are heading into our first game of the day, is going to be taking a look at how some of these teams have played throughout our, let's say, our limited games that we've had of them, and we've done the best research we can do, and I think, personally, B Esports do look like the favourites at very least right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you've had a chance at all for any of our folks watching to come across them before, but the one standing out is of course going to be Coxtroll in the jungle. They are ranked 227th on their Lee Sin in EUS. There's only 226 Lee Sins who are better than they are on the server. So, I don't think there's any way in which that actually gets to get through the ban phase, but they are extremely good players, so fully expect to see a massive part of this game.
I'm waiting to see what side of the map each teams will be on for this game, considering that on the other side, Influentic actually does play a bit of Lee Sin themselves. Nowhere near as much. It'd be pretty difficult to reach that kind of level of 150 plus games on a single champion, but they do have the Lee Sin and the Kha'Zix in their pool, which are the 2 main champions that we have to talk about when looking at this jungle matchup, because Kha'Zix was the champion that Coxtroll defaulted to after Lee Sin was banned. So it's definitely those 2 as something we have to keep the eye on, but Influentic did play the Morgana previously, and that is something that we know full well is extremely powerful on this patch.
Yeah, only getting a very light tap when many other champions, i.e. Hecarim, got hit every single way to Sunday. Of course, the tank, the big booster of all these high movement speed junglers, getting nerfed down by a full third of its power. So it definitely feels like there's a lot of room for other junglers to step into the gap. Maybe it's the Morgana, maybe it's even something else surprising.
Always that rumble on the table. I said it yesterday, you don't need many games on it to really perfect that jungle clear. You can really get down pat in 10 minutes in practice tool. I am not exaggerating. This champion is ridiculously powerful and should not be underestimated. We have seen, as we do a little bit more of our half prep on the side, that the ES SKT squad has practiced a bit with this roster leading up to today, with a wide variety of picks in different roles, so we may see a bit of flexibility actually start to pop up depending on how the draft plays out.
I mean, yeah, that's always the ideal thing, isn't it? If you've got a team that can reconfigure themselves on demand, then you're making it dramatically harder for any opposing team to be able to do any meaningful prep up against you. You're better operating with only the knowledge that they bring to the game. They don't, at this point, have the coaches and the other support staff who'd be able to help them adapt on the fly.
And I can't stress how important the draft is right now when it comes to just playing out these kind of games. Because if you not pick around these super strong junglers, these other AD mid laners, then it really does get quite terrifying. We even saw in the first day of MSI where Damwon was taken quite close to the limit against the North American representative Cloud9, in my opinion, mainly off of draft gap.
Looking closely at how this draft does develop, because I believe we're going to be going to pro draft for this particular pre-game, so it will mean a slightly longer lead into the game itself, but it does let our teams navigate through this draft in as flexible a manner as possible.
Which is because, just to kind of recycle some of the points we were saying yesterday, when not every player has all of the champions, it does get pretty annoying to actually play around that when you're trying to get, making sure that you can do smart things in the draft without being punished for the fact that you may be on a new account, or you may be even just not having ball. Things like chromas with blue essence and all that kind of stuff. If you don't actually play a role, there's very little incentive outside of competitive play to buy those champions.
Yes, absolutely. So, what we'll be getting in a second once our teams are fully ready to go is to pick their picks from here, which will, again, give them access to absolutely everything, and then we'll go back into the game itself to finalize before getting it to the game at hand. I mean, at this point, it makes sense. You don't want to have any regrets coming out of the pick and ban phase because your team didn't quite have the pool they needed of, the off-roll picks to be able to choose exactly what you needed, exactly when it was needed.
And just taking a skim through both of these teams, there are some champions that I imagine will certainly be seen. We talked about the Lee Sin and the Kha'Zix in the jungle. Another one being this Tristana is a very strong pick that both teams do have somebody who can lock it in, whether it be mid or ADC. And then finally, I would presume that Thresh may be taken off the table along with the Lulu, as both of these enable things like the Cogmore, like these hyper carries, the Jinx, and just gives them an insane amount of safety in the lane phase, even if you send the Lulu elsewhere.
All right, so we have got BE Sports over on the, we've got ESSKT1 over in the red, and we've got our ban phase underway. And of course, as we expected, the Lee Sin hitting them instantaneously. That rumble you mentioned as well being thrown out, along with the Shen and the Aphelios. Looks like our teams know exactly what they want out of these initial bans.
I'm suspecting potentially either that Thresh or Lulu may find their way to first pick on blue side, because Aphelios is usually a champion you pair with the Thresh on red side in the first two picks to counteract things like the Jinx, these card bot lanes that are strong but require scaling. So we'll have to see what gets picked up here, as it may be a different support option, just taking away that very scary Aphelios Thresh lane as a counter.
Seraphine, #1 priority. We certainly saw that quite a lot before. Seems like it has fallen by the wayside in favor of other picks for a while. So BE Sports know what they're going to be doing here. They've got that flexibility, the Seraphine.
Can go into multiple roles, and it looks like that Caitlyn we're alluding to is going to come out presumably for Bear in the bottom lane, and head with Lux in one of their previous games, so we'll have to see if they decide to lock that in now, or if they save themselves this support counter pick for a later rotation.
Alright, so it's the Volibear joining the Caitlyn. Bears and Hunters teaming up for ESS KT1. We certainly know, again, for anyone who's just tuning into the stream, that us as Esports in blue are definitely favored in this matchup. We're going to need to see something special from this draft.
So let's take a look at what ends up getting paired if they give away which role the Seraphine is going into, because in the middle lane, we know that it can work quite well with things like the Udyr, but if you send it into bot, Sivir is certainly a champion that can benefit from it. It makes a very safe lane phase, as especially after 6, considering that Seraphine can even opt to go for the Shurelliers, they could pretty much have a movement speed boost up 24/7 in this lane, making it near impossible for a Volibear to actually get a gank off straight up through lane.
Yeah, for BE Esports, they gotta go fast. See who could be enabled further by that. It's gonna be the Gnar, for that massive Gnar ultimate. Looks like we've got ourselves one big, giant, leaping, smashing creature on each team so far.
And I think I personally favour the Gnar as just a blind pick, as opposed to the Volibear as a jungle blind pick. Taken away most of the powerful junglers that are still on the table. I think Udyr is generally just in a better space than Volibear after the chem tank changes. However, one thing Volibear does hold over Udyr's head is that tower dive potential. And when you have a strong bot lane like Caitlyn Janna, who outrange pretty much everything and can poke you down non-stop, I think that is how we're going to see ESSKT play, of get Volibear 6 and dive this bot.
Yeah, I mean, it works so incredibly well as our next bands come charging in. For BE Sports, they look like they're going to try and protect their Gnar by taking the Camille off the table. For ST1, they look like they've got their eyes on the jungle. The Jarvan, the first one to go.
Makes sense. You have double and mobile carry of the Caitlyn and Janna. You don't really want these getting locked. Does not save you from unstoppable ultimates. One of which that is still available is the Malphite. This is a champion that either team could look to pick up, considering that Seraphine and Sivir are not much more mobile, and there we go, we see them say, actually, we're not even going to risk you picking that one up.
Of course, first pick into ESSKT1. We know they must, and they are demanded to have something special brought. And they'll have all their team together right now, though. We'll see if we're going to get that top lane pick. Certainly, BE Sports, they've been putting a lot of thought towards what ESS might be bringing out, and it will be the Ornn.
Okay, we've seen that Ornn has actually started to pivot now, potentially, into defensive support itemization, such as stuff like the lock into Redemption. These kind of builds means that while they don't do much in the side lane, it's Ornn, so outside of when they're at their most broken, that's not really what you pick the champion for. But as you can see here with that hover of Sylas, locking in Ornn is dangerous, because one of the biggest things they is that Ornn Horn, and if Sylas gets it in return, it's the same level of threat we were talking about with the Malphite, where now both teams have a way to get onto these immobile backlines.
Yes. You know, for ESSKT1, they should take that risk knowing that there was still a couple of picks to come out from BE. So they could have held off their Ornn till the very last pick, but they decided not to do that. One more to come and join in with the Sylas. It's going to be the jungle pick, and it's looking like, and it will be, no! Switch at the last second. The Trundle, another way to punish this high defense value Ornn.
Say that is an abstract pick. We've seen it one time at MSI recently. He did receive some buffs a while ago that we could go through in-game, but is still not really a prevalent champion. I think one of the main reasons we've seen this pick up is similar reason to why the Jarvan was banned away, of it can punish these immobile carries quite nicely as well, with the pillar putting up and just stopping any escape path. Basically means they can stroll on up into mid lane, stroll on into bot lane, force the flash, and just repeat gank again 20 seconds later when that pillar is back.
Yeah, the pillar is just so obnoxious to deal with, and we've got a relatively immobile mid laner in the Syndra coming in for ESSKT1. We'll be switching it shortly to the real deal draft to get that all done, so that our teams will whip through that as fast as they possibly can. This will give them 5 minutes or so to go over the teams before we get to the game itself. So, let's talk big picture here, Melvinizzle. what are we looking at in terms of the overall team?
I think both teams have thrown down the bottom gauntlet and said we are planning on bot gapping this game. Both that Sivir and Seraphine and the Caitlyn Janna are built to try and get pressure in the lane and push priority. Volibear and Trundle, both early game champions with regards to the damage they can pump out, meaning that they like to go for early dragons. Both of them auto attack based, means they're rather safe in doing so. So I imagine as soon as that dragon is alive after the 5-minute mark, we will see teams start to set up for it, maybe even look for a preemptive gank. And considering you have Ornn and Gnar, these are champions that love using their TP to come to bot lane with ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's always fun to see the big, high-impact ultimates, mix things up around the fight. Coxtron, who of course we were talking about before this even started as being one of the big highlight players for BE Sports. They are known for being very, very strong on dragons, but tending to neglect heralds, to a noticeable extent. So I think you're right, the dragons, if it's going according to style for BE Sports, well, that bottom side will be hugely explosive.
I think I am currently favouring the BE Sports comp, mainly because if we break down how ESSKT on the red side of the map want to win, it's very cut and dry. You play through bot lane, we could see it in the first 3 champions of, okay, well you have Janna, Caitlyn, Volibear, so you just want to push that bot lane, dive that bot lane, and you want to take that, get that first lane tower, rotate to another lane, whether it be top or mid, rinse and repeat, get that Rift Herald, keep stacking dragons, and never let the snowballs stop. But Sivir and Seraphine are notably very good wave clear champions who are extremely safe in lane. That is going to make it so ESSKT have to try their hearts out to get this strategy going. And on top of that, they have the Trundle, who can act as a mitigating pick. While they don't clear through the jungle as fast as the meta mainstays or even that of the Volibear, when they get to the skirmishes, provided they aren't 3 levels down or something like that, going to be notably annoying because, as you were alluding to, they could just ult Volibear, say, hey, stop that dive, you're not getting aim or done here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what Croxtroll can do here, given how late into the draft they were awarded their pick. So our teams are now done. We'll be heading into our minute spectator delay to make sure that everything stays nice and cozy. So let's talk the face-to-face matchups now then. So we've got, for BE Sports, we've got always bot diff, ironically, in the top with the Gnar, in to the Ornn. What should we be expecting there?
Gnar can look to get push priority because they are a ranged champion, which makes it rather annoying for Ornn. Since Senior Skelly is primarily a support player, I'm going to be curious what they know about general Ornn tech, whether they start off with just the refillable potion and then come into lane and buy that, as it makes it very effective against ranged champions and is something that Ornn specifically is able to do since they can build their items in lane. Or if they perhaps wait for the first item Bramble Vest, considering you are against, if you look at the enemy team, with the exception of Silas and Seraphine, they have to auto-attack you to kill. So getting that Bramble Vest early on would make it a very safe lane phase, generally, for Senior Skelly. So I think outside of them really flexing their game knowledge overall, I would favour this to always bot diff pre-6, and then post-6, it comes down to which jungler pays more attention, because theoretically, neither of these laners should be able to get solo kills.
All right, so looking again towards Coxtroll, this time up against our friend Influentic on the Volibear. Trundle against the Volibear. 2 heavy hitters in the jungle department, but which one do you think is going to have the bigger impact?
Volibear has certainly been more proactive in the meta right now, but I think that with the chem tank drop-off, they have certainly started to fall away. I'm actually not completely sure what mythic item Trundle does build at the moment. Right now, this game, they could opt for the Divine Sunderer against the Ornn on the Volibear, or they could maybe go for one of the tank options. Frostfire would make sense as well, just acting as a pseudo peel frontliner, but we'll have to see once we get into the game. But as far as it goes, both of these two, extremely good skirmishers, absolutely rubbish if they don't get onto somebody, though.
So for the mid lane then, JB Dutch owns, only Silas here being picked out, as you pointed out, to steal away the Ornn ultimate up against Eternalix. on the Syndra with a pretty decent ult of their own. How do we see this one playing out?
Similar to the top lane, it should be Eternal getting the priority for the lane, and that lets them dictate what happens. Yesterday, in our first game, it was pretty much won solely because they had mid lane push, and it let their Rumble invade. Volibear themselves is quite good at this invading, where they can set up their Sky Splitter from Fog of War and just jump on you, and you're at half HP before you notice. Comboing with a Syndra stun, that's a dead Trundle. So we might see if they can pilot this Syndra well into that of JB's Silas, then it should be a pretty cut and dry case for the ESSKT early game plan. But again, that always comes down to conjecture. It always comes down to if the Silas is good enough to skill check you, if they can distract you from clearing the wave by forcing early trades, and maybe go for an early teleport for teleport trade.
All right, we're moments away from getting into our quarter-final stage. We will, of course, be getting paused up at the 10-second mark just to synchronize ourselves between our production and our caster side. So we'll have just a few moments more. But Melvinizzle, I'm going to push you here. You know, B Esports came into this one as the favored team. Now we've got the full, lineup for both teams. Who do you think is going to win, and how long do you think it's going to take them to do it?
Okie dokie. I think that it will be B Esports taking the win somewhere in the 30-minute mark, personally. And that is because I think they have the scaling team, which is weird to say when the enemy has an Ornn. But generally speaking, I find it very difficult for the enemy squad to get stuff done consistently enough to actually threaten, considering all it takes is in the late game a Silas stolen Ornn ult into that of the Trundle pillar, and you lose a carry, you lose the game. So I think that they have a bit more versatility, but if ESSKT are to take the game, it will be off of an initial snowball in the first 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, so we've got our times, we've got our players, we've got our game. It's time for the quarterfinals to get kicked off here. Nutrition Lockdown Cup. Let's count in 3, 2, 1. Let's get on to the Rift for our quarterfinals. We'll, of course, be bringing you the semi-finals and then the grand finals later on. In this best of one, we'll hopefully get a glimpse of one of our finalist teams.
Very much believable, considering we have 8 teams left now at this point. Odds are very much in our favor, considering the just generally high ranks across all of the B Esports squad. They have in the jungle a Grandmaster player, in the mid lane a Master player, a double Diamond 1 bot lane, and a Diamond 4 top lane. So, it's a pretty stacked roster as far as it goes.
Oh, for sure. And, as much as a lower individually ranked team, you'd be hoping to be able to leverage your team potential, trying to overcome some of that individual skill difference. We're pretty certain that B Esports are a team who, not just individually, but have worked together to try and help bring these strengths even further forward than they would be normally.
So, as we get kicked off into this one, we see that there is potential for a late invade with Cox Troll and always bot diff onto this top side. They are lurking around for a long time. It's either that or they were expecting an invade themselves, as they are making their way up, but it looks like they were not spotted on that ward.
Well, that could be absolutely massive. Yeah, there's no signs at all from ESSKT1. They saw this one coming implemented down low already. Does manage to escape, but it seems like the red buff has been left in the handforts. They're gonna get it, and
he takes it. It barely doesn't reset at the very end of that red buff's aggro, and that is brutal for Influentic. This Trundle can get absolutely massive in this jungle matchup, considering Volibear will not have a red buff. That is a primary ganking tool already gone before they even got to start the game.
And also getting absolutely clobbered as well. I suppose the only good news for ESSKT1 is they didn't lose any summoners in the process, but it was a damn close thing. We have received information that the Diamond 4 is apparently, which is always bot diff up in the top lane, is Diamond 1 worthy. So, at least, if nothing else, they've got fans who believe in them.
It's really scuffed for ESSKT to get into this game, and is going to require a sheer bot gap, as we do see Beartree and Xmetrics did manage to get something done at the level 1 mark. They got the push priority because they weren't leashing, managed to at least to get something down there. But right now, it's what we're talking about in this mid lane. The Sylas is getting the better end of these trades.
This is interesting as well because, you know, you look at Dutch owns as, it's getting a bit feisty, but normally for the mid lane of B Esports, they tend to be more of a, you know, sit back and farm kind of player. This time, very much not the case. It's instant flash away from the pillar there. Tulix has the chance to turn this on back at his first blood. There's your bot diff, Melvin Izzle.
Okay, Bear Tree right there. I know that you're meant to be the mid laner for this team originally, but you didn't need to take it literally, as Kiss Me Fool is finding the invader, but you're going to be forced to flash away.
Gets a shot across all the flash. Kiss Me will escape. But oh my gosh, first blood to ESS KT1. This is exactly what we wanted from the underdog team.
And this is how you get back into this kind of game. You have that team synergy. 3 of these players have been playing together for the best part of several months now. And that is the advantage you can leverage over a high-ranked solo QS team. And while they may have the skill checks, while they may be able to beat your mechanics with that early cheese invade, it does mean that if you can work as the full team, you can win.
Oh! That has gotta hurt. Influentic couldn't get out of the esports side of the jungle, got caught there by Dutch, so that gets the kill back in. That evens up a little bit of that goal, but it's still low. Bear Tree was the one to get that kill into mid before. They've got the cull as well, so they're going to keep building up money. But up in the top, there's the catch of the Senor Skelly. They cannot get through the pillar. They flash away immediately. Skelly goes back in and gets torn to pieces.
So this is a bit of that skill checking coming in right now, as we're talking about something that can really make the difference as team cohesion versus skill gap. And every time we get to see these lane matchups left alone, with the exception of bot, it has gone in B Esports' favor.
Oh my gosh, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty seriously in ESS KT1's favor in the bot lane. They've got the kill advantage. They've got now a pretty substantial CS advantage and that cull ticking away, the extra chunk of gold coming in. You know that there's been a lot of fighting for both these teams around the dragon. You have to imagine how the 2v2 is going to make that tremendously easier.
And we're going to have to see now if they opt to reset on this minion wave. I think that they are going to time it just perfectly with Trundle being down there, and is going to allow them to come back to lane with a bit extra gold in their pocket. And the fact that they got all that proactivity down with just Cull on the Caitlyn is insanity. Props has to go down to Bear Tree and X-Metrics at the bottom lane, because these two have actually managed to keep the game looking afloat, as there is no realistic gold lead between the teams, and it is primarily due to bot.
So they've done their job so far for ESS KT1, Bear Tree, and Metix Fangirl. I'm going to have to hopefully get informed by someone what that's referring to. I hope it's something fun.
Hard to say. We'll have to do a bit more research if we do see that team move forward into the next round. But with another hard trade mid, this could be death.
Yeah, Tulix there, they're estimating that extra bit of heal Dutch has on the Sylas. Got to burst heal back up, but looks to be the ESS KT1. They've got their eyes on the objectives here as Tulix goes forward into the trade and gets destroyed. They didn't have the flash, but they didn't stand a chance.
So what I imagine their plan was there is they wanted to interrupt the recall to make sure their team could secure the dragon. But by doing so, they did not juke the Sylas Absconder combo, and that just led to death, as you saw there. Even if they had managed to escape with flash, which they didn't have, there was always the option for Sylas to just take the unleashed power from Syndra and use it onto them. Meanwhile, right now on the top side, we're going to see a collapse onto this Trundle.
The smite is good. Influentic can get back up. This is going to be a disaster for Cocktroll. They are not a high mobility champion as much as they've been punishing others as Influentic grabs their first kill. We've now evened things up between the two junglers, but the diff between the mid lanes is pretty substantial.
Good stuff from that top jungle combo. Is one of those duos that has managed to continue through. Considering Senor Skelly is a support name by nature, they are doing a pretty good job at surviving this lane phase, actually opting for the Doran Shield plus the not Ninja Tabby heal caps in this top side, as we continue to see the strong side of bot pay off. But keep an eye on this Gnar. They have TP available, they have TP on the Sylas, but nothing to respond if ESSKT try.
We're seeing a big roam up from ESSKT right now. Always bot diff is gonna get stunned in a second. No doubt Influentic coming from the side as well. Forge God gonna raise up and slam down the Gnar. Dutch is a little too late to the fight to make any kind of turn. And we're back to even on kills. But a 1k gold advantage for ESSKT.
That looked very scared for a second there. Syndra in melee range of a Mega Gnar usually doesn't end well, but chaining the stun into the Orno, into the brittle stun from Volibear, perfect synergy, does keep them alive throughout that play. And in the meantime, because we saw Dutch and Coxtroll roam up to that play, neither of those two were actually getting anything done. So the mid wave wasn't pushed in, and Eternal will not actually be punished for that roam. It is a nothing but positive for the ESSKT team.
I mean, we've got, the biggest gap here between our players is, of course, again, going to be down that bottom side. The kill for Bear Tree, the CS advantage, they're almost done with their cull, and they've still managed to gain the advantage. They're the only ones getting tower plating down the bottom side. Bear Tree, they're ignoring their support a little bit because they realize they're out to get paid another 80 gold just from pressuring this bot lane tower.
And don't forget that this Janna could press R at some point once they've had a bit of poke and just full heal the lane, but right now Eternal gonna have to flash away.
Yeah, no question there. The Trundle been doing fantastic work so far for BE Sports to make sure that they, anyone who's out of position, big push up on the top side. No pressure towards the Herald in the early going, but the Ocean Drake is already secured by ESSKT1, so there's no need to focus down there for now.
I must say that neither team has really played towards what we were expecting. We haven't seen much attention paid to the mid. With Eternal having no flash for a majority of this lane, we should have seen Troll come over here and just chuck down pillars, because it is a guaranteed kill at the time. Same thing for bot of Influentic. Because of their priority on the top side and even taking this Rift Herald now, Bear Tree and Metrics are just having to leave this lane because they know they can't stay there safely when Trundle's in the vicinity.
On the hunt being popped for the first time this game, they managed to get the catch and the deletion onto Metric's Fangirl. That is a strong pickup there, and I have to think a big piece of
absolutely tragic scenario for Bear Tree. They have 4 CS left on the cull, so the fact is they don't want to really recall here because that really tops up their next reset to try and finish off whatever mythic they end up opting for. So they're going to actually come back, and now this is the time where we might see a punish. There is the flashed Seraphine ult available if they want to do something on the tower, but it looks like they're just going to leave it and get a bit of plate gold in return.
Certainly the safe option, especially with the next Drake spawning in soon. Have to imagine our teams be looking to try and get themselves set up here. Influentic's Volibear has got the Eye of Doom, that Herald up and to go. Will be a nice combination with this Drake spawning.
Might end up seeing it go to the mid lane here. I would hope it goes into bot because that could secure you the first tower gold. But if you take a look on the map, Red Trinket is in Bear Tree's inventory, but there are scattered wards around for BE Sports that can make it very difficult for Influentic to stay into the bottom lane and place this Herald to get something done.
And it seems like BE Sports, they've got their all intentions on bringing their forces to bear on this next Drake. It's going to be Infernal, so they're going straight in for it. It seems like maybe this case are not going to try and fight for this one at all. The Herald's been brought out in the bottom lane. Presumably there's something coming here, but there's the catch. Almost deletion. Influentic goes under the tower, pushed away by the Gnar ultimate. The Herald stays alive. Gnar getting killed by Bear Tree. 3 versus 5. Well, the top and mid are still...
You can actually move this group of 3 now from coming to stop the Herald crashing, and now it's just a straight up 3v3 with no Seraphine ult.
I just don't know what happened there, Melvin Izzle. Somehow, BE Sports had the numbers, but they didn't get the play.
So it asked us to combo their ultimate at the same time of being hit by the Seraphine ult, which means that the Stormbringer made them unstoppable. They couldn't be charmed, so they land in a safe place of under tower, which allowed the Jan to protect them, and in that process, always bot diff. They tried to flash to get the secured Gnar, and it did not pay off.
There's a defensive use. The Bear Tree with the Gales completed. But Noxtrol coming in from the side. TP coming in defensively from ESS KT1. Trying to punish here. Is the horn coming? No, the tower. It stands but barely. But Eternalix trying to roam down to join in. Gets.
I'm pretty sure the Ornalt is very close to just 100 to 0ing this Seraphine, so these two need to be very careful. So counterplay is in. Turn 2.
There's the lockdown, and there's the ult. Influencer gets their 3rd kill. So far, this Volibear has been outshining the Grand Troll. Needs to do some catch-up work here.
And they're gonna walk to mid lane right now, but in the meantime, top side, plates do fall, but Nam is going to pick up a few extra for themselves as bot lane continuing to just lay down the hurt, and they're trying to secure this first blood tower. I think they have it in.
It's going to be controlled while Influentix invading the jungle of BE Esports. They've already stolen the blue buff. Crocs walk in this and gets annihilated. What is going on?
Absolutely beautiful. That was just reading the play ahead of schedule. They saw the ground Sky Splitter, which just made it look ridiculous from our perspective.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you know, all credit to Influentic. They saw an opportunity, they took full advantage of it. A devastating blow to BE Esports, who had to have with every expectation. They would not just be the favorite team, but they would be dominant. Now come up on 15 minutes. We're seeing that snowball you wanted.
And into the top side, Nara's actually opted for Divine Sunderer as their mythic. That is going to remove a lot of their team fight pressure. Not going to be remotely as tanky, not going to be able to use the right.
Encore going to stop some of the play, but not enough. Metic's the one to get the kill as Bear Tree goes onto the tower. And racing Influentic as ESS KT. They are showing us all of your parts.
Bear Tree is absolutely illegal with Xmetics in this bottom lane. They have been hard winning the game. Influentic has been a factor, but it's just off of this bot pressure that they are snowballing through the game. But you can't take your foot off of the pedal. If you do not get this nick, no tactical point where they could just wave clear before you get to interact with the turret. So this is very much a game where they're in the right position, but it does not them for free.
Absolutely not, but you can see there, Kiss Me almost eliminated, forcing out the heal. SKT1 as Coxtroll does their best to try and push Senor out of the top lane. The knockup is good. Lane of SKT1 being at speed to that top lane, but I don't think they'll get there in time.
They will look to just pressure down this next tower, but the only thing is ESSKT have left mid lane unattended, but it looks like there will be no punish on shoving the minion wave in and then rotating to try and defend these next towers. Rift Herald is up very shortly with Dragon up too, so we're gonna have to see what ESSKT put their priority, sends their bottom lane and tries to secure that objective. I hope it will be the Dragon, and it's like true.
Influentic clearing out the vision behind the Drake pit in preparation for this first on Drake today. Of course, with both teams having a single Drake so far, they'll need to get 3 Mountain Drakes in order to get the soul. For ESS KT1 though, I have to wonder, if they're going to get close to soul territory if their momentum keeps up.
If everything goes to plan for them, then we shouldn't, in theory. But, as I've been discussing, we've seen in this side lane that Dutch has been having typically the better end of Eternal in these trades. With the Everfrost now in pocket, this Silas can very easily fish for solo kills. Only thing is, because of how much pressure has come out from the bottom lane of ESSK, there's actually a 2-lane proxy.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Dutch is yes, it doesn't even have the second level of the ultimate so far. The Herald will go into top lane to try and secure BE Esports their first tower, and they will successfully do so. Again, ESS KT1, they bring the bot lane up at speed, but again, they're a little bit too late. So, while the second Drake has been secured for ESS KT1, the Herald did fall away from them. Not perfect objective control.
I don't dislike what they've done here, but I'll hold off for a moment.
Yeah, Turlex is taking the 1v1 brawl. It's to see who's got biggest ult. It's going to be pretty close. The minions are doing work here. And Turlex gets the solo kill. Kisme comes in from the side, doesn't quite land the slows. And Turlex gets away with it.
That did not look like it was going to end well, but good flash from both parties manages to survive. And if it weren't for that strike at the very end of the combo, knowing that there's no dashes, no flashes left for Dutch, they do manage to pull away with the victory and does not die. Crucially meaning, because Seraphine isn't there, they could just for free push this top lane tower with no issue.
Not only push the tower, but also take this Gnar to pieces as well. It's absolutely monstrous. The retreat as the TP comes in. Side's trying to save the day, but it's taking so much damage. This Caitlyn's so ridiculously strong. And all it takes is all the auto attacks in the world. Bear Tree up to 5 kills, make it 6. The double kill. Bas Esports, they could be heading in the quarterfinals.
And this inhib will certainly go down if they wanted to. The only question is if they decide to push further or if they just back off after this objective. They have respawn timers 2 people away from 15 seconds. Looks like they will just back off after this. They decide to kill that Baron buff, which spawns in 50 seconds.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's just a little bit too early for ESS KT1 to go back and take the Baron straight away. So instead, they'll go and ransack the Bas Esports jungle while getting down all the vision they need to see if Bas Esports will try and contest this major objective. Recalls, just like ESS KT1, they've got some money burning some holes.
They're sitting on the best part of 7,000 gold in inventory. That is more than the actual part of the gold lead that matters. Taking a look at this game, just doing a bit of quick masking at a lot of items, and presumably pick up some control wards such that they can just zone off all vision from the dragon, all vision from these objectives back to back and try and end the game off of one push.
So we've got that 19-minute inhibitor for ESS KT1. Does mean that if Bas Esports can still be approximately on the right side of the map for this Baron coming up. 1 minute 49, the next Drake comes up, and ESS KT1 moving to threatening the soul as well.
Only scary part is that Senior Skelly, they have TP, but Silas does not, and while this is a fine lane matchup, have these two in the bottom side, it does mean if Skelly ever gets to just walk away, they can TP and force a fight with no counterplay.
You see Dutch there dodging away from the knockout, is still losing out on the trade. You can see here, smelling blood is Senor Skelly. They're going for the solo kill, and they're going to do it! While the Baron is started up, Senor Skelly has got the PP to come in. This is no good for Bas Esports. They're being chased back into the choke point. Influentic posturing to try and keep them away, while the Senor works their magic down the bottom side. They're going to recall and be ready to teleport back in for the eventual.
And two absolutely disgusting champions for controlling choke points, and the fact that you do not have this top prio due to that inhib being down. You really don't want to walk through the mid-river because then a Janna Monsoon could just disengage your entire day. There's no good answer for Bas Esports. They needed that side lane play to work, and because it goes so brutally wrong, they're perhaps on Skelly and try and get any semblance of recovery.
Oh my gosh, so 19 minutes was inhibited, 21 minutes is the Baron. See Senor Skelly by most of Bas Esports there in the bottom side, because it just didn't seem like B wanted to try and contest this Baron at all. The gold lead is over 10,000 gold at 22 minutes. That is beyond belief. This is an ESS KT1 squad who have defied every expectation we had of them.
So, what are they going to do to finish off this game? It looks like they're going to take this free Mountain Dragon, give themselves a bit of insurance in case they can't end off this push. Then, I want to see Senior Skelly in the bottom side, using these Baron buff minions and just forcing, because the group of 4 can stand mid, they have the Janna, they have the Syndra to disengage any attempt at forcing onto them, and then, simply put, they could just win off of minions and let Caitlyn do their thing, because it has been an absolute lunatic this game with how well they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen every opportunity that has come their way. They've completely taken advantage of it. You can see Oi's bot diff being set up for the play here. Beautiful knockup, forcing out the ult, but it's not going to keep you safe from Bear, who gets the shot across. It's not going to finish up the job there. No, that little bit too tanky. But the tower number 7 goes to ESS KT1. That's a 6 tower advantage. That's over 10,000 gold in the lead at 23 minutes. This is a devastating performance.
And that Mega Gnar window was realistically the best force chance you were ever going to get for BE Sports. You could drop a pillar and Mega Gnar people into it. But I think now, even if you get away, which I don't think you can, you still end up losing a fight just because of how ridiculously tanky Skelly and Influentic are and how well they can disengage you.
Last chance here maybe for BE Esports. We see the Trundle ult being burned through there, but it's not achieved anything. It's now going to be 2 down inhibitors forever long. The top lane one takes to spawn. That in. Always bot diff goes in. There's the Volibear ult, and immediately the Gnar is destroyed. Hidden Law stands in the shadow of the bear tree, and it's the bear that puts them in the ground. Influentic chasing under the tower. Yes, and you demolish BE Sports, a triple kill just to pad those stats. An absolute demolition.
Thing was semi rank, but they managed to defy rank and file and show that it is a coordinated squad that comes out on top.
Oh my lord, what an incredible performance here. And yeah, against opposition of this caliber, Esports to be pull as much crush as that. I mean, if they could do it to BE Esports, presumably they could do it to anyone.
Now there will only be 3 other teams for them to end with coming into our semi-final round. So realistically, we only need to see them do it twice, but they have secured themselves a prize at this point. So well played by EST. They had a very definitive plan, a scary one, but they executed on it nicely. It worked pretty much perfectly with the exception of one invade. Bad for Influentic with them just getting walked in on, but did not burn Flash. Was able to get done subsequently. It's realistic for the enemy team. If we just take a look at some of these stats right here, the graphs, you could see.
Oh gosh, yeah. They were just relentless in that game, and we've got to give a little bit of credit, of course, to Atomics as well. We saw some absolutely brilliant mechanics from them. Managing to outplay Dutch on that Silas. And also somehow escape from as well, right towards the end there. I think there's even further and untapped potential we didn't get to see in this game.
Definitely could have been more of a close one, I'll say. It was a nice early plan, but it kind of fell apart at around the 5 to 10 minute mark when they didn't answer the sheer aggression from this Janna Caitlyn. And it kind of got to a point where even after you get a neutralizing dragon to deny the 20-minute soul, it didn't end up meaning anything because the mid lane was not put far enough behind. And I think it was one of those ones where they had a great plan. You could see the ideal team fight. You could see that Seraphine gets to the Shurelias and could just disengage you infinitely. You can actually force anything, blah, 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 blah. It's very nice in concept. But if you don't play to your win conditions and stop the enemy reaching theirs, it's all for naught.
Oh boy, well, I believe we'll be getting onto our semi-final stages. Right then, and certainly the last game, when it all came down to it, ran extremely short compared to what we maybe have been expecting and hoping for. It seems like our teams are not long away from getting it in to this next one as well. So we'll be going to a short break before we come back. We will be following, I believe, yes, we will be following through ESS KT1 to the semi-final stages. So get to see a little bit more of them. They will be going up against, let's see, Lodis by Illumnar. Lodis by Illumnar, their opponents representing Poland, ESS KT1 representing the UK. In the upper half of the bracket, I'm going to mispronounce these names like crazy. 2 Polish teams, Nenze, Nobiego, and Mivdron will be playing. So one of those 2 will be going through to the grand finals. One of the 2 you're about to see will be joining them. So don't go anywhere. We shall return in just a few short minutes' time.
recommend skipping. Right. A taste of coward.
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
I will wait for you to be better.
All right. Welcome back to Play Beyond Nutrition's Lockdown Cup in association with Zynamite. We're getting into our first and only semi-final on-stream game as ESS KT1 won a fantastic game against Bas Esports. They're now going straight into their next game and an even bigger challenge.
So let's catch you up in the draft, everybody. We saw ESSKT on stream last game, and they popped the heck off with a Caitlyn Janna bottom lane. So now we have to see what they take this time, considering that Caitlyn is off the table. It is a first pick Nocturne for the Lodis squad, and it is responded with a Diana. Nocturne, a flex pick between the top 3 lanes. Diana, primarily only in the jungle.
Yeah, and did get a little bit of a nerf in the most recent patch, but nothing too major. So we've either got some idea of what that jungle matchup may end up looking like. We'll see if Lodis have got any other surprises in store for us. It looks like they might be looking for some global power with the Galio, but they just fake us out and go for the Kaiser instead.
So we saw last game it was ESSKT working off of sheer team cohesion match to pull away with the win. Why exactly is this such a hard matchup for them against this Lodis squad?
Well, I mean, a big reason that we were not rooting against the team at all in the previous game, ESS KT1, is because they were facing up against a Grandmaster player. And we thought, the numbers don't lie. But if the previous game was a challenge, if beating one Grandmaster player was hard, now they've got to beat 3 on the Lodis squad.
3 Grandmasters, a Challenger, and a Master player. There is no taller task than this right now. This is as close to you're getting to an EU Masters level team, just stacked together from these ridiculous solo queue talents here for this roster.
There we go. We got some people recognizing the origin of the ESS KT1 team. Yeah, help jumping after them through here. So we've got ourselves a bottom lane for Lodis in the blue side. They're going to go for the Jinx and the Thresh together. We now know they'll be up against the Kaiser and the Janna.
This is not a typical duo that pair together historically, but we did see last game, Ex-Metis Fangirl, she absolutely ran that lane with the Janna, completely dominated it with Beartree on the Caitlyn, but now the question shows up of, can they do the same thing on the Kaiser, considering Jinx Thresh, this is one of the most banned out lanes you could physically get on this patch. Both of these champions are terrifying, and usually an answer into them is diving on top with a Nocturne, so they've even taken away one of the primary counters to the squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tremendous hill to overcome in any respect. Let's see what the bans are going to be. Interesting choice here from Lodis. They take away the potential of a Lucian mid lane. Whereas for ESS KT1, they're focusing on the top lane picks. Not going to let the Silas through this time, nor the Renekton.
Silas makes a lot of sense when you've got a Diana on your squad. Does mean that now things like the Malphite are still on the table. It is one we saw banned in this exact same position last game, but considering, if you just look at how both these teams want to go about it, Nocturne is the odd one out, because all of the ESSKT team, with the exception of really Janna, want to dive in on you, but the Lodis squad, Nocturne wants to dive in, but Jinx and Thresh want to kind of sit back and hit you from afar.
Yeah, and that's going to require a tremendous amount of coordination for Lodis to pull it off. We'll see if that's what they've got for us, or if it's just going to be the solo queue players together. Certainly, ESS KT1 have shown us the power of teamwork. The power of teamwork and high-ranked players, though, will be pretty terrifying.
Okay, and we see the Shen come out, starting to make a bit more sense while they got rid of that Silas in the end, but here's the Malphite we're alluding to. It looks like they may actually pivot the Lodis squad and say, we're going to counter-engage onto you now and just let the Jinx get a single assist pop off and then run through you from there, but I don't know if I truly like it into the enemy team, because counter-engage is good, but it doesn't matter. Kai'Sa can fly past you, and that is probably why they pivot it to the Azir in the end.
So he's fully expecting to see some high quality action there. Ribu, their mid laner for the squad, should be getting that Azir. Top lane, we did see the Gnar in a previous game doing some pretty decent work. We do know that ESS KT1 have found ways to work around. Last time it was the Ornn into the Gnar, this time it will be the Shen. One last pick to tie everything together for ESS KT1.
Crucially, it does show you now that Nocturne is in the jungle, so you get a bit of foreknowledge, can decide if we want to keep this Diana in the jungle or maybe send it to mid if you like that into Azir. But now it really is just how you decide, do we fully commit to this dive comp? I think you kind of have to with how hard you've gone with it so far.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you've got such great potential there as Influentix back onto that Syndra we saw them pilot exceptionally in the later game of our first quarterfinals, but we did see them struggle a little bit in the actual laning phase itself.
Didn't have the best time against the Sylas. That was generally a even to winning matchup for the Syndra. This time it is a pretty winning matchup for Syndra. They were usually a counterpick into the Azir, but Syndra has suffered a lot of nerfs since that time when these two ruled the metagame. And while it is a scary champion into the squishy enemies, Thresh likely going to itemize into something like a Locket, which can nullify a lot of their effectiveness if you are not exceptionally far ahead. And if we want to start running through some of these lanes, let's get talking about how both teams want to win.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, we've already been talking about some of that, you know, leap in and start a fight potential. It seems like we've got that to an extent from both sides. You know, if you have two freight trains of teams going into each other, you know, what happens at that point?
It's usually the most mobile one that comes out on top. So if we take a look at both of these teams, Kai'Sa, once they do have that level 6, is able to mitigate some of this potential Gnar engage, even escape the Nocturne after they land on it, because it takes a while for them to initiate that fear onto whoever the Nocturne jumps onto. So it does make it a bit more difficult. And when you have the Shen, this is something that you can use to proactively force plays with Influentix Diana, and I think it's something that you really do need to do, considering that the Azir Jinx, come on now, if you had to epitomize scaling in 2 picks, this is like as far as it goes. You cannot beat this comp when it gets later on into the game if they are anything close to coordinated.
Yeah, that coordination will make it all the difference. So if we're looking just at the junglers in a vacuum, then I'm afraid I'm going to have the beginnings of an idea how to say that player's name. I'm going to have to throw that one into Google and see if it'll help me.
I am hearing from the chat that Lodis is a 2nd Division Ultra Liga team. So, you know, we've got quite the competition coming up here, and this is the time where ESSKT can try and set themselves as upper tier level play.
Oh my gosh. Piękne zapachy apparently is roughly how to say it, and that means beautiful fragrance. Aw,
love to see
great name.
That's very wholesome.
It is. It's surprisingly wholesome. But okay, so beautiful fragrance gonna be up against the Diana. What kind of other concerns we're gonna be thinking about here?
So Diana, this is pretty much the odd one out of the AP junglers that got buffed. There was the Rumble, the Morgana, and then Diana. And Diana kind of sits on the sideline of viability, where she could clear very quickly, but if she is bullied out and does not really snowball, then this kid fails to offer you anything more than damage and a kind of scuffed engage, considering if you look at how this is going to play out post level 6, Diana jumps in, Azir pushes them away. Diana jumps in, Gnar pushes them away. So it looks really tough for Influentic to actually get stuff done, and is going to be extremely reliant on comboing it with Senior Skelly's lockdown or Eternal getting some level of stun in the middle of the enemy comp.
Alright, so yeah, so to bring up the Azir and the Syndra up against each other, of course, you know, Azir, always people are looking out for those absolutely massive Shurima Shuffles plays, you know, 1v1 or in the team fight, as you're saying.
And it is one of those things that they can do quite reliably in the mid game, but later on, need to be careful to not get too hyphy. Because if you go in for a Shurima Shuffle and it backfires in any way, the enemy team certainly has the level of burst and CC to blow you up before you get a chance to Zhonya's. So taking a look at how this game is likely to play out, I think we've got a very similar situation where they want to see aggression from ESSKT in the bottom side, but it's going to be way harder for them to do because Kai'Sa is not notoriously one of these early game bullies.
No, we saw such great success coming from that one before. Guys, we are about to get into our semi-final stages. As was noted in the chat, the Polish teams have been doing exceptionally well today. 3 Polish teams in the semi-final stages. It's a good possibility we'll have an all-Polish finals themselves. But just before we get things underway, just to remind a few guys as to what this is all about here today. This is Play Beyond Nutrition, offering nootronic supplements to help boost energy and focus when you need it, as well as disconnect to power down safely afterwards. Do go check out playbeyondnutrition.com and playbeyondnutri with the number 1 instead of the I at the end on Twitter, because they are making all of today's competition possible and providing £750 worth of prizes to our team. So do give them the time of day, because certainly these teams have given their everything to make it to this point.
And when you can attract a second div Ultra Liga team for one of these tournaments, you can tell that there's some serious stuff on the table. And this is, again, just an outside tournament that we can see if the UK reps of ESSKT can actually show levels of rivalry. And these are one of those things that we don't really get. We don't really get to see this level of international competition, even in Europe, which is where we should get it the most.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so ready for this semi-final game. Should be absolutely fantastic stuff. This is a chance for ESS KT1 to make an impression on the international stage. We'll get paused up at 10 seconds before our final preparations are in place. Woof! Oh boy. So, let's put our money where our mouth is here, Melvin Izzle. We were surprised in the previous game as ESS KT1 overcame the odds. Do you think they can do it again?
I think that they have a lot harder job of it this game, but I would still just narrowly put my money on the exact same win condition I outlined for you last time. If this bot lane can pop off, and at level 6 particularly for this game, we see a good dragon fight for ESSKT, they can run away with this lead before Jinx and Azir really get into it. But I think it is a far tighter window than they had last time, where if they do not make something happen at level 6, if they do not start to get these dragons early on, it will be lights out very fast.
All right, I think we've had enough of a buffer. Let's get into the game itself. 3, 2, 1. Let's go and bring the semi-final Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup to bear. A single game will put one of these teams into the grand finals. For Lodis, a chance to join their country folk and prove Polish domination. For ESS KT1, the Great British representatives, a chance to defy the odds and show that they can put down teams who should be beyond their reach.
And it looks like ESSKT going for an abstract method to get that done. They will be getting this early ward down, allows them to potentially get some information, seeing which side Nocturne may be starting, as the bottom lane will end up walking onto this vision, and that gives them a bit of knowledge that they were looking to lurk in lane. And because Thresh is likely going to chuck down their ward and then recall for a red trinket, it's going to be just an even trade in this bottom side. You'll see one member of each get that red trinket in inventory. And now it all comes down to what happens with initial lanes, because everything relatively still, and I'm frankly not expecting any big action until at very least level 3.
Keeping our eyes closely peeled for any shenanigans. I have to wonder what the game would have looked like if ESS KT1 had stayed in that bottom bush as a 5 for even just a few moments longer and had Lodis walk into them, but it will not be. So Influentic on the Dana will be starting off topside, as will be our friend on the Nocturne, whose name I've already forgotten how to say. I'll get there probably by the end of the game.
We'll hope that we can get that down. We obviously don't want to disrespect Abai by just horribly names, but we do our best with trying to at least make some level of prep beforehand to say them. But when you only get the teams a couple minutes before the stream goes live, it's not an easy task, as this bot lane, relatively standard, red trinkets traded and vision swapped for both ends.
Yeah, so sneaky advantages from either side. We'll keep our eyes out, of course, for the level 6 coming in from them a little bit later on. But for now, heavy attempts at trading the death sentence goes wide. You can see that it's more defensive on the ESS KT side of things than it was before. But it's not going to stop them from attempting some pretty big trades.
And this will be where you can really start to cement any kind of lead. Look at this big mana trade, though, from both mid laners. So health goes in Eternal's favor, but mana-wise, they are 2 corrupting potions down, and Azir has used none.
Will be ignited, but Bear Tree doesn't care. They're going to try and force the play. Flash forward. It's First Blood. Exchange onto the support. Bear Tree against the Thresh. Mystique's fan, it's going to be pretty damn close. This will be massive for Bear Tree to get the kill. The Hog is good! And the double kill for Lodis' bottom lane. Influentic comes in to get the shutdown of all things.
And that is going to be a net neutral gold lead, a little bit in the red team's favor right now. Nocturne not going to take that trade, but will crucially get priority on the Scuttle Crab. However, you can see because Eternal has mid priority, they're coming down, but it was a cheese play.
Influentic in trouble here, but Telex is coming. You can see that the jungler is going to be aggressed back onto, forced to flash away. In comes the Azir, hasn't got the ultimate quite yet. Decides to go back in anyway. Influentic pouring damage. The shields from Metrix Fangirl are good enough to stop the kills. Now Lane gets blown to pieces. The pickup for Bear Tree after that initial damage to get the execute.
ESSKT coming out on the better end of that by narrowest of margins. Influentic doing an excellent job to survive the Nocturne, keep their Conqueror stacks up, and survive way longer than they had a right to. And if you look at this bottom lane, 12 CS to 12 CS, but the XP lead is going to be absolutely insane for the ESSKT side, as not only that, they can back off after this lane and cash in on that second play.
That's why we're seeing the Nocturne down in the bottom lane, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Nice knock-up. The TP being forced out there as the play goes wide. Syndra managing to avoid the hit there as Layteen is caught without the rest of the squad, and they are deleted. ESSKT1, they are doing it again.
We can take off the ESS in a moment because this is just professional level of dismantlement on a Jinx. This is how you punish this early game weakness the champion has to try and at least get some window of playability. And we see on the top side, like, we weren't expect to be able to do much in lane. This isn't where they're meant to thrive. But as long as they can keep XP parity and manage to get to that stand united window, it's really not going to make much of a difference.
Gosh, so early lead is 1.5k or thereabouts for ESSKT1. A clear 1,000 gold separating the two AD. 3 deaths already for Layteen, who's having an absolute rotten time of things. Still though, we've got a lot of fans in this game. As Moroku fan, that's my best guess, is managing to continue to press top, get close to driving Senor on the Shen out of lane entirely.
And this is going to be significant because with pressure in the top side, it means that you're less incentivized to make stand united proactive plays, because if Shen ults away and all these minions are under their tower dying, it gets very rough for them as they'll fall down in base levels, and then we can see pressure solo kills in top. Right now, pressure from the blue team is topside, red onto bot, but it will look like a dragon for potential top lane dive trade.
We've got the Nocturne ready to pull the trigger. The level 6 isn't quite there yet to allow for the paranoia play, but it's got to be coming pretty darn soon. We can see Shen is already down low. They're going to need to get TP back to lane to get killed here. They will not be able to stand united. Nice catch onto the Nocturne, but they will not survive. So they are down for the next 15 seconds. The Nocturnes! Oh my god, surely not! Gets traded across. What in the world was that?
That was so tragic right there, and it ends up getting even worse because now we could see a bot lane play. Influentic has a 2-level lead on Mystique's fan over here. This is insanity. Eternal is down here of level 6. This bot lane isn't allowed to play the game.
No, and the Bear Tree's reaping the rewards here. 2 kills, 2 assists, and now 3 plates of tower. This is a Kaiser we didn't expect to see dominate early on.
TP flank.
It's going to be the play coming in from the Gnar. They've got a lot of damage, but you can see there, it may not match up. The Stand Unite is coming. Bear Tree gets caught and ignited. I think this is going to be it for them. The shutdown, another kill for the Picking, but no, Influenza goes and forces the kill, but the return damage from the Jinx, the resets are real. This is surely no escape. Senor barely scrapes away, but zaps. It's a triple kill for Lodis' bottom lane, Latine. Suddenly, everything turns around.
And it was equalized at the very start of that. If Bear Tree hadn't flashed forward, it was going to be a winning play for them because Skelly would have come in for the save, they could have collapsed and walked off. But just a bit too overzealous from the overall ESSKT squad. And yes, look at that Jinx. They went from 0-3 to 3-3, and now Latine is winning off of that play. Gonna come back with components, come back with boots most crucially, to try and sprint it away from this next play that they're gonna try down here.
Oh my gosh, so ESSKT1 perhaps feeling themselves a little bit too much after the very, very strong start to the game. Now they're actually in the gold disadvantage, just showing you how much teams can change off a single play in the starting up section. And so, those 3 kills means we've now got the Moon Quiver, we've got the Berserker Greaves there for Latine. They maybe can now actually fight against Bear Tree.
Very important ward spots the roam from bottom lane. We saw last game, that was actually what got kicking, was the first play, but Mystique's fan, I don't know with that.
No, I'm not big into that either. And we've also got the rocket coming through, but not maybe in time. The Narg will come and join. The whole party is starting up here as Influentic gets away. Senor Skelly leading the charge as Bear Tree goes on aggressive with the ult. Nice deletion on the Influentic, but it's still not enough to stop the kill. Ribu trying to crawl away from the fight, but the stun is coming, the damage from Turnlix. No, they tried to feed the kill across to the mid laner and gave it up instead.
And that is going to be a travesty walking away, but now we have to look at what is happening with turret plates. In the bottom lane, Jinx, left alone to their own devices, they are going to shred through this turret. Already 2 plates in favor. That is a kill's worth of gold just from being left alone. On the rest of the map, we have Kai'Sa trying to collect off the top lane, but is not going to be able to do it.
The game pace has been accelerated tremendously because of how aggressively these teams have been playing it. We've really seen teams just laying into it. So we've got a tower plate taken off top and mid in favor of ESS KT1. Of course, 3 of them locked down in the bottom lane. And we've seen a decent amount of tower plating, as you said, coming back in for Latine, who now themselves has not quite caught up on Bear Tree, but is very close to doing so.
We'll have to see how long it takes Bear Tree to get that mythic item, because that is when they're crucially going to be able to evolve Q and pump out an incomprehensible amount of damage. If they end up going for the Gale Force, which seems most likely, then it will add even more mobility to these fights and make it so they can continue to force the ticket now before the enemy team starts to get this Jinx onto defensive itemization.
Locking down the Rift Herald will surely do some work for ESSKT1. That's some almost guaranteed gold in the bank, and if it was dropped in the bottom lane, an almost guaranteed first tower as the next Drake is about to spawn.
So one of the most crucial things that needs to be happening for both of these teams is timing summoners. If you know when Diana has flash, you could stand a lot further up than when you don't know, because if that engage range is increased by just that little extra, it means that Jinx isn't able to auto-attack in these fights. Same thing for the other way around. If you know that Jinx and Azir are summonerless with regards to their flashes, you could just dive bomb straight on top of them, and you don't have to be afraid of them escaping over a wall, unlike what Nocturne has to do, where they can follow you regardless.
And we've got the flashes coming off cooldown for Lodis in the bottom lane shortly, but not right now. It's only 5 seconds till the Drake comes back in, so it's going to be tight on whether or not that bottom lane are safe. Charging in, that first tower falls down. ESSKT1 using the distraction to go in for the Drake, but there's a nice catch there by the Nocturne. The follow-up damage isn't quite there for the rest of ESSKT1. There's mid lane gone, nice drop down onto Diana, ult Influentic, trying to force out a second kill. Exhaust onto Ribu, the double kill for Influentic as they take the place at the top of the podium.
Beautiful tornado, but right now the attempted solo kill on the top side, they could definitely go for this.
Yes, Senor Skelly It's going to struggle to clear this wave here. They're waiting for that auto attack to come in so they can make the dash and make the catch. As the Drake is started up by ESS KT1. Senor Skelly has nothing left. In from the side comes the Turnlix though. The old Faker Room. Nice catch onto the tower. But Senor Skelly still pays for it.
Latine stole the dragon with the Jinx ultimate.
What?
That is going to mitigate so much of the lead. The Super Mega Death Rocket manages to make its way into the pit, steal the objective, and now Eternal is in a scuffed scenario as they're going to get tower dived in return if they stick around.
Oh my gosh, of course. That Jinx with that execute damage, that objective power. A second smite for Lodis. ESS KT1 must be kicking themselves. Their ticket back into the game and maybe to a swift early soul has been taken away.
And they certainly would be looking for that kind of soul. It is an infernal rift. So if we take realistically benefits, it is going to be the ESSKT squad. And the reason for that is because there are less areas for the Jinx and the Azir to stand over a wall and just poke you. Now it's a very straight up fight, and because Influentic has gone for that Proto Belt, they're going to be rewarded, and they can effectively engage from very far away onto this backline.
And we've got so much long range potential in this game. Really hard to keep my eye very closely on how these map movements are happening. Try and get ahead of these plays because they're happening so incredibly quickly.
Influentic didn't notice that when they hopped that wall, they were briefly on vision for a control ward. So that is going to give a good amount of information over to the blue team right now. They're going to be completely aware whenever somebody tries to rotate away, and it's going to allow this top lane of Nart to just pretty much demolish Skelly over and over again. Just look at this CS lead. We haven't brought attention to it, but it's not going to matter because they're just getting tower dived by 4 people.
Yeah, that's the way to deal with those global players like the Shen, is bring the fight to them. ESS KT1 giving up at the tower there to bring us even. We'll see if ESS have some way to fight back. They've certainly got presence in the mid right now and a relatively fair bear tree.
But the thing is that Bear Tree on this Kai'Sa does nothing to the turrets compared to that of the Jinx. There's a very aggressive dive.
Incredibly aggressive. Influentic forced to flash away and they still die. A misstep from ESS KT1, maybe feeling the pressure as we've got a Jinx in the bottom lane for Lodis hitting onto that tower.
And they're going to kill that very quickly if nobody addresses it, even if Shen makes their way down. I don't think they will be able to stop them. Looks like they're actually going to back off from here and go for a reset, afraid of getting collapsed on, which does look to be the case. And this is all off of the back of good vision control. Having this kind of warding from the blue team to kind of know when the enemy are looking to rotate on you allows people like Jinx, allows people like Nart to stand far up, which is so important considering neither Jinx or Azir ever want to be in a side lane.
So I think it's going to get caught out here. The Nart ultimate doesn't stun, but at least forces out the flash. So you see the peril which Lodis are providing here. Any time that you think you're safe in lane, it could all go wrong so very quickly. We got Mystiques coming there to show that they've got another way, another form of hard crowd control to punish anyone from ESS KT who walks alone.
So now, if Eternal ever steps into a side lane alone, expect a Nocturne ult plus whoever's in that lane to just charge on top of them. Because without Flash, there is no way you escape. They have the Stride Breaker. They will 100% have damage to kill the Syndra in one run of it. And considering the Dragon is up in 1 minute and 20 seconds, this is the kind of window where now you want to set up vision, get ready for a play, and force something with around 30 seconds left, because that way you can punish the enemy respawn timer.
So talk to me, Melvin Izzle, about how do you fight against Lodis if they can pick off the individual players with this amazing reach out and destroy you style, but they've also got this strong team fighting from Anar and from Ribu's Azir. You know, what's the weak point?
It's punishing side lanes, because we see here Azir is on their own, Jinx is on their own mid, and while they're guarding either one, they cannot be guarding both.
Paranoia going to be burnt through, but it's a mistake here. Influentic and the rest of the team were there. That vision you praised from Lodis didn't spot that the play was no good, and this is just short of the first Infernal Drake spawning.
And it is in that exact timing window as Latine manages to save the play with that ultimate.
That's another clutch ultimate for Lodis. Latine doing work here it's going to be a question to the Rift Herald, the second one of the game, giving up, presumably, that Infernal Drake in exchange.
Do have Lantern Ray to go by. I think they barely make it because of the Get Jinxed movement speed. And now, no Diana ult. It's so hard to force onto these two. The Jinx and the Azir are in range. They can look for a steal, but we know there's no Jinx ult up.
Last time round, that was the difference maker, having the rocket. But the play is still being made. Influencing being pulled back into the squad. They have got the stands united, but it won't keep them alive. Bear Tree still gets a kill anyway as the 280 carries Brawl. But there's the unfair advantage of Nocturne. But a good escape out. Now ultimate means that it's going to be curtains for Senior Skelly as Bear Tree does escape out the back of the fight. Fangirl forced the flash away as the Kaiser and both of the bottom lane are being chased down. Bear Tree has to get themselves executed or they're done so. Where's the last tower shot? No, Bear Tree doesn't go for the execute.
They must have been hit recently and deciding to try and buy more time, I suppose, but Eternal managing to get at least something on the end of that shutdown onto this massive Gnar that has been such a nuisance for Skelly this game.
I was wondering if Eternal could actually do that. You did have enough damage to punch through, but Rizoko so far has only built a little bit of magic resist, so Eternal is up to the job for now. That's, as I said, a big shutdown to go with their Eternal Winter to start getting some real damage, some real punch behind this Syndra.
So let's pull it back to zero for a moment and take a look at what got used. A great shuffle manages to punish Influentic, who did not have ultimate. They're about to tap over to level 11, but at the end of that, Leytine comes out with 7 kills. They are massive, 2 items, and now it is a terrifying prospect to be looking at them. However, on this Lodis squad, not a stopwatch in sight, no defensive itemization. Thresh, they are building into what looks like the Shurelias, but that does not offer any shielding, meaning that one-hit plays from Bear Tree and Influentic can still completely end the backline of the Lodis squad, meaning that execution is very, very important, vision control, very, very important, and crucially for the ESSKT squad, they need to make sure that they don't stick around in these side lanes, because that was how that play started, was Nocturne diving in as predicted, but they dived in without proper vision control, and while it looked good initially, it never ended well. It was only Leytine that saved it with the ult.
And there's only so far you can rely on as the Nocturne will get caught up here. This time, the ult is available for Influentic, but the TP coming in. Keep your eye on the Jinx, because Leytine's in major trouble. The box is coming down the shutdown. That's 1,000 gold. Mystique Span is going to be next. It's a triple kill for ESSKT1. What an incredible turnaround play. While Senior Skelly is in the ground, we're now seeing Bear Tree matching Leytine in kills.
But in the side lane, Gnar managed to get a solo kill. They have the Rift out. They can actually threaten pushing in here right now, but it will not dissuade ESSKT looking at this Baron buff. Bear Tree, through Exhaust, manages to completely decimate Jinx. Sorry, not Exhaust, it was other summoners. They tried to move away, but it does not matter now. It is all about this Baron buff. Nocturne walking off a base with the Paranoia. Gnar is over the wall, but is not close to Mega.
Doesn't want to commit in for this one without the ability to execute. The rocket is blocked this time round. Paranoia is good. The Baron's already taken, and now Bear Tree just gets another kill. Rizoko is double killed, but now the escape needs to come through. Ribu has got the Emperor's Divide. That will be another kill. Bear Tree gets a massive low health shield, but this Jinx is massive. You cannot deny that kind of damage. Influentic drops down the ult, but it doesn't do a thing.
And it completely backfires from not just flashing to escape the pit. Only one Baron buff persists, and it is on the Shen in the side lane. That is absolutely not what you want to see from ESSKT. A play that started so beautifully ends so tragically, as they end up getting aced at the Baron pit, all bar their top lane. And now Jinx, with this Thresh, are going to get to just run it down mid, and there is absolutely no collapse that can happen in the next 20 seconds.
We have got the Infernal Drake, number 2, number 4 overall, coming up in just under a minute's time. It's a tale of 280 carries, both of them with ludicrous score lines, and the teams that got them here.
So, 30 seconds left now. Jinx is resetting. They're going to come back. Let's see what they finish off. It looks like they'll have a full IE, but I'm curious to see if they pivot that into anything defensive. Looking like it'll just be the control wards. So this same play we saw from Bear Tree twice in a row now. can happen. They can just jump on the Jinx while they have Flash, they have the Gale Force to follow, and that execute comes through like a truck. As long as the Senior Skelly ultimate comes through before Nocturne uses Paranoia, they can secure this. But it looks like, actually, they aren't looking to contest this dragon. Mega Gnar is halfway up, though, so a collapse is always possible.
So keep your eyes on Lateen's Jinx. Keep your eyes onto Bear Tree's Kaiser. They're the only two that matter, as we have the attempted deletion. Early burn on the Paranoia. It's trying to break away here. The Nocturne goes right into the heart of the team. The Shen will get deleted. Emperor's Divide trying to cut the team fight up. The Kaiser is still alive. For the rest of KT1, they are not looking so good. Influentic is double killed. Metrix Vanguard can't do anything. Vetri has to try and salvage the fight. They get the one kill. But Lodis, by nature, completely ace, only dropping a single member.
The massive shuffle combo with the full team CC from the Gnar. It was doomed as soon as they stepped foot into that choke point, not taking the fight to the enemies, and it shows why Lodis are this good as individual players. They could see the best way to approach that fight, and they took it full force.
We're a long way from that early Baron from SKT1. The gold lead firmly in the hands of Lodis, now a 12-kill Latine, who just seems to be getting stronger and stronger. They've only got the 3 items so far. I can only imagine how terrifying they'll be at 5.
They still haven't even itemized into anything defensive, and because Kaiser has the Runan's Hurricane as the primary DPS of the squad, it means that effectively their assassination potential is reduced.
They're getting a little bit threatened there, but just, I think, very glad that they've got those Mercury Treads to deny a little bit of damage. But so talk to me, Melvin Izzle. We've got 2 Titanic AD carries. You mentioned, the place the team fight happens. What are the other concerns at play here?
This, I would say personally, is Latine looks completely doomed, if that barely saved at the end there. Denying the Kaiser killer instinct with the Nocturne ultimate. That is a bigger cooldown, so they will be able to push down this mid lane and relatively safely collapse, considering Jinx is going to have to base.
I can see that the top inhibitor tower is low already. Last time round, ESS KT1 sacrificed their top lane to go for the Baron. This time, they've gotten nothing out of the deal apart from, presumably, a kill on to the Gnar. Beartree in a little bit of trouble here, but it looks like it's going to be more kills attempting to be fed across to the AD carry. Beartree is so low, though, as the rocket is absorbed. The Gnar leading them back into their own base. I don't think there's any chance of an execute here. Charging forward, looking to try and get a kill. Anyway, the shields are too much for the Gnar, I think, and Beartree feed them more. They're up to 11 kills.
Very barely, though, and I thought there was actually going to be Lodis pushing down mid lane to threaten a tower while they were getting sprinted around the map. But effectively, that won't mean much, because Gnar will be available before the Dragon, before the Baron. So if anything, it was just a case of forcing vision control and trying to deny any wards that were on the enemy squad there. But considering it wasn't around the Baron buff that's in a minute, I would say that play was relatively moot for the Lodis squad.
Influentic's looking to try and make a play that will stick a little bit longer. You said it's only a minute till the Baron comes back up. We're even on Drakes. Both these teams would love that extra bit of punch that would come with an Infernal Soul, but we know that's at least going to be 12 minutes away at very best.
So keep an eye on this Gnar's teleport, because while that top lane inhib is open, it is top lane, which isn't really what you want for the Baron buff, because it means now the Lodis squad can't try and split push that side, otherwise it's so easy for ESSKT to collapse onto them, especially with that Janna Shurelya's. So it's going to come down to trying to force a straight up team fight or draw Senior Skelly to that bottom lane, because they are massively behind that of Murzoku on this Gnar. So we're going to have to see if they can actually hold them away from the turret, because if they do not, this is just going to be the game ended via side lane and the ESSKT's deficit.
Murzoku fan pushing the wave in on that bottom lane as the Baron is started up by ESSKT1. They're putting their faith in their ability to burst this Baron down. TP is coming in, time is running out. Last time round they got the Baron, but they didn't manage to escape with it. They're going to break off this time around. Paranoia comes in. The attempt is saved. Somehow still alive, but no, Latine hits the rocket from across the map. Senor Skelly gets deleted. The Baron is there and waiting. Bear Tree survives, but barely. And that's a beautiful hug. Triple kill for Lady, double kill for Ribu. ESS KT1 may have shown us a legendary performance, but when it's all said and done, Lodis, they are winning by a mile. They've got everything they need.
And clearly the name Mystique's fan means that Mystique's is a fan of that play, because that was a great hook to finish it off, great disengage, and frankly it just kind of tore the ESSKT squad to shreds across the map. There was nothing for them to do, and while there will be players respawning, they should not be able to stop this Jinx's here.
Heretics will do what they can to reinforce the tower as it falls down. Low health bars means it's maybe not totally over. Respawns are good here, Heretics. Just about surviving, but look how quickly Lodis are able to get out thanks to that Thresh Lantern.
Unbelievably not able to end the game, and with this Dragon and Baron up, there is always the option for a response play now. We could see that ESSKT gets baited though. They do not have any vision control. They had set up for Baron, and now they're funneling into blindness. Will they get anything done, or will it just go horribly wrong?
Not getting there in time. ESSKT1 hoping to maybe at least get a kill out of the deal, and it looks like our bear friend Bear Tree is unwilling to wait. The Gnar is dropped. That's a huge death timer, avoiding the CC with the flash. The Chompers do a great job of dividing the space. Athletics gets taken out by the zap. Influencer goes under the tower though. We have got the Paranoia coming, and it's going to punish the tower dive. This could be the end of things. ESS KT1 putting everything into this play, but all they've done is push the numbers of Latine to the moon.
It looked very, very close there, but the stopwatch in Jinx's inventory saves the game. That defensive itemization we're alluding to the whole time, and that will be ESSKT throwing in the towel after one beautiful League of Legends game.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's always hard not to be a little bit biased in favor of the underdog team, which definitely ESSKT1 were. And they gave us a game where we believed they could pull it off. But, I mean, that late game was so crisp from Lodis.
And it was very independent performance from some of the members of this Lodis squad. Latine securing that early dragon denies the soul point threat, and later on, the fact that they just constantly were forcing things. And in the top lane, this Gnar was absolutely massive. I believe we will be following them into the finals now. So we'll have to see if they can keep up that kind of tempo in a best of three.
Oh my gosh, so that does mean it's an all-Polish finals, as the last non-Polish team have just been knocked out before your very eyes. The Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup will return with that best-of-3 grand finals as we follow Lodis in and see if they can pull off a performance just as incredible as that one. You don't want to miss it. Back in just a few minutes with the finals best-of-3. Welcome back, everyone and all, to the Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup in association with Zynamite. We are getting into the first game of our grand finals here today. My name is Canifit alongside Melvin Nizzle, and we have got, from our £750 prize pool, 500 of those pounds to determine in this best of three.
We just watched Lodis with a very explosive and elongated game. Thank you to ESSKT once again for giving us 2 banger games to follow, but now Lodis have taken it from there. They will be playing up against, and I apologize for any names this game, Nenze Nobiego? I hope?
I think that's a reasonable guess.
Probably not. It's probably not. I do apologize for pronunciations. We are doing our best here. I've tried running it through a translator, but we'll see how this game ends up going. As far as the ranked stacking on both sides, we do have a pretty heavy rank advantage over to the, I believe it is on this side, the map is the blue team. We have right here, that is the Lodis squad. They are pretty ridiculously high ranked across the board, all Grandmaster with the exception of 1 player and a Challenger. As opposed to the other side, it is seemingly a relatively lower ranked team, but we just saw from ESSKT, rank doesn't mean very much in the server.
No, especially when you can combine those 5 fingers of a team into a fist and destroy the opposition. Let's see what Lodis have got for us, though, as they respect the power of the Kaiser they saw in the previous game. Gonna ban it away, and it's looking like a very heavy presence of AD carry bans from Nenze over on the right hand side, and of course the Rumble that we've been hyping up and we've seen for ourselves how good it can be.
Thank the Lord that they are respecting this pick. It is a terrifying jungle prospect and is one you don't really want to give away for free, as we actually see what looks like a Nidalee first pick. That is not what we're expecting. It is an AP jungler, but definitely not one that was coming into our line of sight, as here is the Jinx. That is a lot more traditional, we'll say. Thresh open, Lulu open, there's a lot of good options to pair it with, or they could just take a jungler.
And we've seen how powerful that Jinx can be in the hands of Leighteen in the previous game. All it took was one bad fight and suddenly that Jinx was online. The Thresh, you said, the escape valve for the Jinx will be locked down. Of course, do bear in mind, guys, we may see some unusual picks here as well, because we are in a position where placeholders are being used. As Cogmore comes in, though, we're assuming that one is not a placeholder.
Very powerful pick, and is another hyper carry a la the Jinx in this game, so it is something to be careful of. But now the question is, do you just pick up the Lulu here? Because it would be a strange one to not, and there we go, that is expected. This duo both buffed on this patch, and very reasonably taken into this bottom lane.
So protect the Cogmore is on the cards, which does mean at least for Nenze, they will be able to focus their bans towards any further shielding, like from the Shen, which we've been seeing a fair bit of. For them, let's see what they've got to protect their own hyper carry. Last pick before the bans come in. What's it going to be? The Nocturne returning from last game. Now on the opposite side.
They have actually just drafted the same 3 champions in a different order that we saw from the Lodis squad last game. So they are actually just saying, we really liked your draft. Don't mind if we have it ourselves. The only way they could get more mimicry is if they lock in Azir next.
Yeah, well, I mean, perhaps this is this tournament's meta here in the Lockdown Cup. Don't break what isn't broken. The Twisted Fate will be stripped away as the Syndra. We did see that coming out in the previous game as well. So Lodis certainly carrying their memories from ESS KT1 into the finals itself as Renekton, the final ban out from Nenze.
And that is an interesting one to take away of the Syndra, because it alludes to me that they want to pick up that Azir, but that would be a lot of magic damage on your comp and require pretty hefty physical damage dealing on the top side. One of those that still exists, though, is the Lee Sin. Similar to the Malphite, has good backline access and is able to manipulate these card team fights as the Galio taken away to avoid some of this massive wombo combo pressure.
Yeah, so that's 2 global champs removed. The Orianna, of course, we've got that concern for the protect the hyper carry composition, but maybe we see an attempt to diversify that damage. Last time it was all on Leighteen to carry the game. Maybe this time round there'll be an alternative. It's going to be teased up to the very last second. I want it to be the Nivea, but sadly not to be.
The Orianna is a pretty safe blind pick. Now the question is, how far outside of the regular champions do you want to go? Because things like the Xerath are still open, but then you're against a Nocturne, so that's not really great. Azir is available. It is not the best champion in the world right now, but we saw the confidence that came out from playing it, and if this is an Aatrox locked in, for me that looks like it probably will follow with the Azir, because that is a hefty physical damage top laner that can be paired quite nicely with the control mage in the mid lane.
So yeah, no further shielding being brought in to keep that Cogmore alive means they'll be playing on the edge. One last pick to tie everything together. So we haven't heard anything about the Nidalee being a proxy pick, so that is going to be a big surprise for us going up against the Nocturne in the jungle.
Could, however, still be the Nocturne into the top side. Need to regard that as a proxy pick, as we actually see Zed come out. They have not sent a message yet. We will hold off for a moment with our excitement, because otherwise this is going to be a banger of a lane phase before we've even started.
Oh my gosh, 2 explosive assassins in the same game. You're right. We must contain our enthusiasm. So if we have had a proxy pick, if we have been bamboozled here in our first game as a team's fight for that £300 main prize, second prize being £200, Mundo comes in. So will we see a dodge? Everything seems pretty believable so far.
Okay, there's the swap. We'll have to see what the Mundo was in the end there, as it is going to be remaking that game, but that is a genuine Zed, considering the fact they were ready to start changing champions. So let's find out what the last champion was. Kindred. Okay. So that is a pretty powerful jungler, and I really like that into the Zed and the Aatrox. These are all champions that really need to get in that one-tap you, and in the Aatrox's case, denying the fact that they can't get a reset now because of the Kindred ult, that's very big.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Kindred most recently buffed, so it's a little bit stronger. And as you mentioned, the Lambtress fight, an excellent no button. Hello, what's going on here?
Oh, they banned Aatrox. They banned their own Aatrox because it's the top A champions. I knew it was gonna happen.
Oh boy.
Alright, look, run it back. Third time's the charm now. We know not an Aatrox. No, nobody even need to say anything in chat. They saw instantly what had happened. It was like, okay, fine, sorry.
I mean, that's what happens when you make it as 2A's at the beginning. You're just asking for trouble when anything alphabetical happens. So we're gonna get the Nenze going for the least safe options there of still banning out all the A champions, but we'll get back in again. So it looks like we only got that one proxy pick coming in. So we've kind of got 2 AD carries from that set up in the Jinx and the Kindred.
And with those two having the Thresh in pocket, it's going to be very useful, but they do not have the same kind of safety as that offered by the Lulu. It means that they can extend relatively far up in the lane, but considering you're against a Cogmore and a Zed to follow that, Cogmore can try and poke you down, and I mind you that the buff that Cogmore received was Resistant Shred on their Q, so if that ever hits, and then Zed jumps onto you, they will be dealing true damage to basically every member of the enemy team.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see when you're in such a high damage environment. I mean, we've got no tanks over for the Lodis side. I guess the closest we're going to get is the Wild Growth from the Lily to give that burst of HP and shields. But, you know, no one's there to try and take the brunt of the damage. It's all going to be directly to carry.
Realistically, the only effectively tanky members will be this Aatrox and the Nocturne. I'm assuming they're going to go for the Stride Breaker this game. Would make sense in the solo lane, unless we end up seeing Kindred put up there, which could happen, but is less likely. We'll have to see once we do get into the game. But just taking a quick preliminary scout, it looks like Wizful is their top laner, so doesn't look like we're getting any shenanigans.
Alright. It does mean we're going to get a pretty solid brawl up in the top lane. So before we get into details about the lane matchups, talk to me about team strategy here. We mentioned right back from the beginning when both teams picked up the hyper carries that they were going to be big difference makers, but are they the whole plan in themselves for both teams?
I think that it actually diverged once the draft started to move forward, and now we actually see the Lodis squad has edged towards more of a 1-3-1 composition where Nidalee, Lulu, and Cogmore will just safely hug mid lane, never ever die is their intent, and then just have Zed and Aatrox pressure the side. Because if you look at the enemy team, who sits in a side lane against Zed or Aatrox? Nocturne, you can argue they can fight off either. That's fine. but you can't handle both with just Nocturne, which means that I think Lodis are opting for a 1-3-1 squad, and Nenze has opted just very hard into the 5-person wombo combo, try and end the game off of big team fights.
So if we're looking at those kind of two styles of play in a vacuum, which one of those is favored on paper?
On paper, there's been a reason that we've seen 1-3-1 kind of evaporate into the ether for the past few years, and that is because of the potency of Dragon Soul. The ability to just pretty much get a game-winning buff, as long as you secure 4 dragons, is enough to dissuade people from trying to pressure side lanes. But we have seen with the recent assassin physical damage items, split pushing towers has really never been easier since that of the ZZ Rock meta, so we might have to see if Ribu can pop off in this middle lane, because if Zed gets ahead, you don't really need Aatrox to be threatening the side lane as much. You just need them to be able to hold one person there, and then it gets very, very scary to try and manipulate around it, putting a lot of priority on the early dragons this game.
If we're going to talk about early dragons, talk to me about the early game. Which of these two teams is set to come out of the gate swinging in this first game of the finals?
I think running through the rift generally, Nidalee is going to have a lot of potency in the jungle in those first 3 levels against the Kindred, but that is only if they get the spear. And considering Kindred can hop around and avoid getting hit by that quite easily, it means that it is going to be a vision game for these two. If Nidalee goes for something proactive, they need to make sure that they are not spotted, because if they walk over a ward and Kindred is able to jump on over, it is almost impossible for Nidalee to hit a reliable spear against this ranged champion, and they could get kited out. For the rest of the map, bot lane, I favor Cog Lulu personally. They do an insane amount of damage, super secure, and it's very hard for Kindred to proactively force onto them. Mid, it's going to be Orianna favored pre-6, but Zed can get really nutty trades if they're ever overzealous, and top lane, it's a scrap, can go either way.
So let's talk about the break points of the game then. So 10 minutes in, what are you expecting this game to look like?
10 minutes in, I would definitely say that it should be, if things are going to plan, in the Lodis' team's favor, because that is when Zed is going to be at their first item. They'll have Serrated Dirk even with boots, and that is really all they need to start threatening onto this Jinx, threatening onto Orianna, even forcing Kindred ultimates, and the Zed ult is a much lower cooldown, particularly with Ultimate Hunter, so I very much think that Lodis should have 1 dragon lead by then, as they can use their mid-bot lane pressure, but it could easily be 1-1 depending on how well this Orianna can push in the mid-game, at the mid lane, and allow Kindred to invade.
Okay, and just before we get into the game, talk to me about the end of the game. What's the end of this game going to look like, Melvin Izzle? Give me your prediction.
I think it will either be a very scorched earth ending where the red team just ends up running down as 5 people and winning off of singular team fights, or it will be Lodis with complete domination in the side lane and just neutralize dragons. I think as for ease of execution, it probably goes over to the red team, so I will be favoring Nenze, but it is very close and very important to see how swingy this middle lane is.
All right, guys, do let us know what you think is going to happen here in this all-Polish Grand Finals. Lodis versus Nenze. Of course, just a reminder for any of you guys who are tuning in late, this Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup in association with Zynamite. Do check out playbeyondnutrition.com to get all the details about all the nutrition that make you feel just as amazing as these players will feel coming into this Grand Finals here today. I'm very excited, Melvin Izzle, to see there will be a B more coming onto the Rift, because that's just freaking adorable. It's going to be a tough task for Lane, though, on that Cogmore to match up to their previous game performance.
It was very destructive after a pretty devastating early start. They were put behind 3-0 in that early lane phase, but a single play managed to pop off and return to progress. But the Cogmore does not do the same. The Cogmore is more of a gradual slope, and it does not swing as much if you do manage to get early kills onto them, compared to the Jinx, who could just run through an entire team fight and flip from, as we saw, 0-3 to 3-3 in seconds.
All right, let's get paused up at 10 seconds to make sure that everything runs nice and smooth all the way through. She said, Lane managed to turn around a very dicey looking early game for Lodis into a snowball that never really stopped rolling. You have to wonder if that hadn't happened, maybe the game would have looked very different.
It certainly could have pivoted into the other direction. I would say that game was on a razor's edge for pretty much the entire way through, even up until it ended. There was moments in that last fight where it looked like ESSKT could have dragged themselves out of their deficit, but at the end of the day, bit of comp difference as it scaled later into the game, and considering we are favoring the red team in the very late game scaling, it is going to be important to watch how we get Lodis try and secure early objectives, how they can navigate these lane phases, and if they can really use that individual skill checking to their advantage.
Alright, I think we've left ourselves enough time. So, let's count in from 10, 3, 2, 1. Let's go and back in to the Lockdown Cup, the Grand Finals, best of 3 action. 2 incredible Polish teams who fought through so many teams get here today and compete for their share of the £500 between first and second place, 750 for the top 4. So, you know, ESSKT1 still managed to make it through to the prize stages. They gave us a hell of a show. These two teams can do nothing less.
It is going to be a pretty devastating game one way or the other. I can't see any which way that it just falls apart and is done in minutes, because both teams have great comeback mechanisms. If you ever step out of position, a Zed Nidalee combo can land on top of you and put you in the dirt. Other way around, we saw it firsthand that a Jinx can go from losing the lane completely to pretty much solo carrying the game with just the slightest enemy mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous how crazy strong the Jinx can be. Of course, with this being a best of 3, our teams will get the chance to adapt into game number 2, but for right now, all the focus is here and now, getting that first win on the road to calling yourself champion.
So no early shenanigans with Vision. We do see that both laners in the bot side have got a red trinket, so they'll be able to contest for that Vision control in lane. Jinx and Thresh not leashing, so we'll be able to get early push priority. This is very important for them because it means they can nullify any aggressive moves coming out from the Nidalee to invade onto their Kindred.
And of course, we'll be keeping an eye out for how many stacks Nicodama on that Kindred is going to be building up over the course of the game. Of course, you know, for any of you folks out there who don't play Kindred, very heavily incentivized to invade to get some of their stacks to build up their damage and range over time.
First one will always be a Scuttle Crab though, so it will be a free contest there. It's actually massive trade in the bottom lane and in the top side, Summoner being forced out.
Wizful's gonna go under the tower and get the first blood. That's a straight 1v1 kill as Rizuko's Aatrox. The level difference there was enough.
And I believe sometime in the last split we saw in the LEC this Nocturne versus Aatrox matchup, and it is meant to be extremely Nocturne favored. While it didn't go that way in that game, this game it certainly is at the start.
Yeah, just getting that extra pinging across made all of the difference there. So the early battle lines have been drawn. Nenze, with a small advantage right now, that's going to be a couple of extra items in pocket for Wizful to help punish this top lane further. Mid is looking heavily favored towards the Orianna. Test account doing some fantastic pressure work on the Zed.
And the fact they have them pushed in with one corrupting potion left means that now whichever side the mark spawns for Kindred, they will be able to contest it. They have the top lane here with Nocturne, so this is a very dangerous spot for Nidalee to try and contest in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, that push in means that there's 3 members of the Nesland squad there to make sure this first mark goes through. So we've definitely got a team who are focused on making sure Kindred stays powerful.
And Orianna taking a lot of damage, is going to have to TP back to mid, but looks like they will help the Zed push out middle lane. Without the teleport on this mid laner, it means you need to be very cognizant of where these minion waves are, because if Orianna TP'd back in and froze that wave, Zed loses out on a lot of XP that they otherwise would not be able to get. And we're talking about how important the early game is for them. Base levels on a Zed, very important.
I'm going to ramp up that damage tremendously. Still, though, even with that solo kill on the top lane for Wizful, They are still going to be only a small advantage because they've dropped an absolute ton of CS. We have got the attempt coming in from the Kindred, and it's going to be a second kill without the flash to get away. This Kindred becomes that much more deadly.
And 4 marks is the crucial point where you get a 75 range increase on Kindred. They have just secured their second now, and they will not be able to get anywhere near that Raptor camp on the enemy side of the map, so it looks like there will be a potential return play onto bot. No vision, but this is a Thresh Jinx.
My gosh, yeah, so if we glance around the rest of the map, it's looking like Reboot has managed to recover somewhat, though we'll need to have a quick pause once we come back out of the game pause, because that's unfortunately done away with all of our buffering. But hey, we get a chance to check back in on the game itself, so let's pause at 4:45 once we come back to the game though. Lola, down the bottom side, has the advantage on the Jinx. Test account in the mid lane has the advantage on the Orianna. And in the jungle, it's looking pretty even. So far, Nenze seems like they're in control and where they want to be. 4:45. Let's get paused.
And paused waiting now.
Alright, sorry about this, guys. It's unfortunately just a bit of a fact of life here, trying to keep us all coordinated with each other. So, predictions for the next few minutes, Melvinism.
Give me just a moment to make sure the stream is synced up. 4:45. Okie doke. So, let me just carry on with that. Can you repeat the question as you count us in, by the way?
Alright, so we'll come back in a second. So, 3, 2, 1, back in. So, talk to me. Next few minutes, we've got the advantage right now for the red side. This might be about to change, though, as there's a catch. In comes the Nidalee from the side. Lola in a peril. Kill terrorist gets ripped apart by the Cogmore. Lane gets their first kill and makes up for their CS discrepancy.
So I get to cheat my homework a little bit here, and because we got to watch that play, it very much affects what's going to change. As right now, there looks like there'll be a play onto the mid lane in a moment, as we're going to need to resync again. Whoopsie doodle. Let's say at 5:20. That's a bit of an easier one to reach, but as we take a look for this game, most importantly will be where this Nidalee pass to, because they fall off like a truck compared to that of the Kindred later. So in the next 10 minutes, it's going to be all about trying to get things done off of this champion, and if they can counter punish the Kindred, who is sitting at 2 marks and is really loving life right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was set up so incredibly well, whereas for, managing to get the solo kill up there, with the second one locked down, we're seeing very different builds from our 2 top laners. Complete defense from Rizoko fan. It has the early door and shield and double vest picked up to try and stop any further kills.
Is going to be necessary if they want to have any chance of survival. I imagine they might even turn that into a bramble vest, as we could get ready to sync up again at 5:20. Give it just a moment to see if Nidalee forces an immediate play onto mid lane right here, as it looks like they're actually just going to clear this Raptor camp away as we pause.
Alright, 5:20. So a 600 goal advantage in the first 5 minutes. Not too major to start us off with, but you're saying it from the side. I would hope to see them actually gain the advantage themselves in the early going.
Definitely requires these solo laners to be ahead. At least Cogmore is doing okay. That is the real silver lining of the team, but they are down in CS and the gold is not massive.
So let's talk about what happens next then. You mentioned the Nidalee, whose name not even going to try. I'm not going within a mile of that one. Where are the kind of the pressure points that she can try and get in and start building the advantage for Lodis?
Ideally, you'd want it to be your mid and top lane, not because they have great setup for the Nidalee spears, but mainly because it's mixed damage. So while you will need to get a really good setup to get in there, it's still going to be more beneficial than trying to keep gank this Cogmore Lulu, unless Jinx just chain pushes the wave with no remorse.
And so far, they've done a pretty good job of farming up a storm. Has Lola down there with the Shaco Thresh. I mean, right now, we've only got the Corrupting Potion in there for test account on the Orianna, as well as a tier building up, so they're not necessarily super hard to put down.
It should be relatively easy coming up soon if they end up going for that. Do you think we should start on up again? Let's find out
We
if they
got
go
carried
for it.
away with the discussion, didn't we? All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go back into things again. Gosh, I was studying for a second. I realized we weren't in a pause anymore. So apologies, guys. So back into
Enthralling
action.
conversation is too strong. As we see right here, Mystique's fan, this is amazing if they can keep it up. This massive freeze will completely kill the entirety of the blue minion wave, which means that there will be an entire wave's difference going away from the Jinx, which is very important because as you can see here, Latine is down a level.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic work there. Mystique's fan giving up their health bar to try and correct the course on the bottom lane. Still, so we've got a pretty even setup between these two bottom laners as the top laners brawl, as always. Latine, though, has to be so careful. You see there the amount of crowd control that is waiting for them as Nicodem on the Kindred starts up the Drake.
And this will not be a free for... Ooh, hold on. Return, attack. Not going to get anything. Okay. This will not be a free attempt at a freeze in the bottom lane, is what I was trying to say, is because Cogmore was not able to tank the minions, and that meant that there will be one plate going over to Lulla in this bottom side, and, as you were alluding to, that will be the Ocean Dragon in Kindred's pocket.
Yeah, so sneaking that one away is Nicodem after the early success of their gank. You see that, certainly the push is coming in on the bottom lane, definitely not in Lodis's favor. They're being held at bay as Nidalee is being chased down, taking a ton of damage. There's no way through to the mid lane. It looks like Ribu's going to try and force the play anyway. Shockwave comes at just the perfect time as Ribu escapes out that hyper mobility of the Zed, making sure they don't get locked down.
That'll be flash for flash lost in the middle lane.
Shaco in trouble here, and they are forced to flash away. Mystique's fan locks down the kill, but in the top side it's getting messy again. The Aatrox is deleted as Nidalee can't do enough damage. Two mid laners exhausted after brawling each other before.
And this entire time, Wistful has only been level 5. They did not have the paranoia available, else that would have gone much, much worse for the Lidl squad, as we do see Lulla just getting forced out from this turret. No remorse by this Cogmore Lulu, and you can see why this iconic duo is really come back to rise with a vengeance.
Yeah, really catching up, and you can see the tower is tearing into the minions as well. The return of the Thresh to the bottom lane at least evens up the numbers once more. Falling back is Latine. You can see they're feeling pretty good about how things have gone.
In this bottom side, it is very much in their favor, but this is going worse and worse in top lane, as here's the attempted force. It is just to shove out the minion wave, get Ribu back to base so they can pick up some lethality, and chain force onto this Orianna, who is now down a flash.
And a very vulnerable position. Keep your eyes out on the Kindred though. Nico has got those early stacks you mentioned. Now will be forced into Lodis territory to get any further ones, unless they can just find them from ganks directly.
Gonna check who they currently have marked. It appears to still be the Nidalee, so we'll have to see if they try and path around to try and invade onto them, or if they just accept the fact that they're not going to get these marks too quickly. As we actually see right now, Mystique's fan is roaming to top lane. They're going to try and get this top lane back in an even state.
There's the pull back onto Wistful. Instant paranoia. But that is not going to be nearby. Not going to have any help nearby. The Herald is the reason why Mystique's fan is there. It's going to be an attempted take. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be any response from Nenze at all.
They're going to attempt to try and at least zone Latine off of this bot lane tower. They do have the Kindred in range, as there's a top skirmish continuing. Ultimate used by the Aatrox, but will not find anything.
Latine getting chased on the tower. Remember, the Lantern Spike is a get out of jail free card. The Rocket is no good. As there we go, the Lantern Spike is there. It will bring it down the Jinx to minimal health, but there's no punish, even though she's barely left living.
And Mystique's fan, that was a great roam up to top, blowing the Nocturne's flash and ultimate, but that meant that Latine was left completely alone, not using the barrier, and they will end up potentially losing their top laner's life here.
Yeah, you can see the trade was brutal, even with all these defensive instruments. Rozoko fan, they're still suffering when it comes to the 1v1. Too much damage from the Nocturne. And it's losing control over the bottom side as well.
So let's take stock. We got a minute until the dragon, and this is going to be a very important one, because if we see the Nenze squad get a second dragon, this will nullify a lot of the potential pressure that the 1-3-1 comp could have later on. And we see that we actually have Aatrox teleporting into topside to try and get pressure. That to me seems like they're going to ignore this dragon and just hope they can look for a later one.
Certainly, we have got the Nidalee there to try and back up what has been an otherwise very tough lane, as there's a catch onto late team. They're struggling forward, and the vulnerability of the Cosmo, even with the Lulu to help them out. That tower is going down very quickly, and right now Nenze is doing what they need to. They're getting this Jinx ahead. They're getting the whole team ahead. A pretty major gold lead.
They're actually just looking to attack Mystiques here. Oh! Woof.
That rocket is absolutely filthy. I have to wonder at all these teams leading that Jinx up, because it's been such a difference maker. Kills, objectives, what's not to like there?
There really isn't many negatives to this champion. Even when they get focused out and pretty much removed from the game, they always have that comeback mechanism in the passive. Just the nature of reset champions. And we do see, most importantly, a mountain dragon going to the team that is against a Zed. This means that it is going to be even less possible for them to go for these assassination plays, because the lethality that they still haven't actually got to pick up yet will be reduced, as it's actually a roam on top. They're going to try and punish this flash with Nocturne.
You can see that this is an attempted bait under the tower. There's the paranoia. It's going to go and try to trade life for life, but instead it's the shutdown. That's a good amount of gold back in for Lodis there. They committed the resources, and now they reap the prize.
Very well executed by Rubu, managing to get in there and get the burst down before Aatrox was felled in that play, and this will be top lane forced, but it's just plates in return in the middle lane, and you kind of sat there with a deficit in levels on Latine, thinking, well, I hope that they're going to use that gold on the Aatrox in the side lane, because I'm getting nothing here.
Yeah, it's surprising, the priority being put by Lodis onto their top laner, who's definitely having a rough time with things, just trying to right that ship rather than get Latine going, who right now has died twice so far. I'm sure with this Kindred lurking around on the bottom side, it's got to be on the minds of Lodis that keeping Latine alive is a pretty tricky proposition.
Going to be considering you're against tools like the Orianna Shockwave combined with the Kindred Lamb's Respite, means that they can pretty much force you to chase into them if you wish to survive one of these long-range engagements, and then just respond with a Shockwave near the end of that cooldown. So it does not look easy for the Lodis squad to take this game, and they are being forced at every turn to deny it.
And as Wixfall has been doing fantastic stuff on the Nocturne, Nicodem on the Kindred is projecting an aura of menace across the rift. You saw how quickly there was a flash away from Mystique's fan. They were expecting to be dead as soon as they saw the Kindred.
And we have to take notice of the fact that it is both junglers that have their mythics at this point, but Nidalee has relatively not got much done compared to that of the Kindred. They have been getting minute plays, using summoners and all that kind of jazz, but they have not been able to get the actual kills. Only 2 KP, 3 across the team for kills, and that is compared to the 5 assists and kills that Kindred has picked off. It is just way more proactive from the red team, and that is not what you want if you're a Lodis player.
Literally the early game being built around this jungle and the top lane has been pulling more than their fair share of weight, with 2 AD carries brawling as ever in the mid lane as we're moving close to that Infernal Dragon we were talking about before. So far it's been all about Nenze in terms of objective control. No towers as of yet, only 1 Herald given over in exchange to get anything back for Lodis.
And now we have to start thinking about how team fights are going to operate, and I want to draw attention to one combo that we may see very quickly happen, and that is putting the Orianna Ball on Nocturne and then getting a very short range Paranoia onto somebody that's overextended, and that will be comboed into Shockwave and they will just die. You can even throw in Lulla's ultimate on top of it if need be, but if you look at the Kog'Maw, look at the Lulu, how did either of them have a chance at surviving that?
I think even with all the shields in the world, it's not going to matter. We need to come up with a name for it, though. I mean, the Shen and the Oriana... sorry, the Shen and... I'm trying to remember, was it the Twitch from the submarine?
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, you've got the dive-in submarine comps, where you have its Twitch Shen or Twitch Yumi as the main two, where you just have extra members there that you weren't expecting. But I think this one will be pretty telegraphed coming into the Dragon fight. A minute to go, and importantly, you need to see if they can actually push out this mid and bottom lane, because getting vision control is so important, and will put them at soul point way ahead of schedule.
Yeah, the brawl starting to build in front of the mid tower, which does drop down. Lola been doing fantastic demolition work so far. So that does mean there's one less place for Lodis to fall back to. Late team charging forward. There's the play on to the Shaco Thresh, locking themselves in the invincibility frames as, of course, Nicodemus Kindred is there. Shockwave catches 3! And just like that, it's a double over the wall into the loving arms of the Oriana. Incredible setup there from Nenze. And I mean, before the fight for the dragon has started, it's already over.
Absolutely beautiful. Roaming up after they pushed in that bot wave. We're talking about getting the priority because you can play around vision. And right there, that was the perfect example of it. They didn't see the Oriana. They didn't realize the ball was just going to pop up and then completely flank them. And Gogmore, they didn't have Gale Force in inventory at the time. They've only just completed that purchase, so there was no way to escape. So right now, we have just Dragon being taken by Kindred. This means there will be a soul potentially in the next 5 minutes. As right now, top lane losing Flash again. This is just a brutal experience for Aatrox.
Yeah, it has not worked out at all. And now facing down two incredibly powerful members. We do see the amount of damage that the Aatrox is able to put out onto the Jinx, but actually getting up that close and personal in a team fight feels like a far away dream.
I think far away is the perfect way to say it. When you're against a Kindred Oriana Jinx, it's very hard to get up close to any of these people when they have the Nocturne in tow. And even if you do get up close, you're jumping into Lamb's Respite. Look at the entire blue team. There is one tool, the Lulu Polymorph, that can stop that Lamb's Respite coming down, and that is it. No other champion can effectively CC Kindred and stop them using it for long enough before they die, which makes it almost impossible from an ahead state for the Lodis squad to force anything onto them.
Here comes Ribu trying to find the place for the play for Lodis, but all they do is try and negate the power which is being presented in the top side by Nenze. We've got the Herald being pressured with 4 members down. It is a split push from a Wixfall's Nocturne, as there's the catch and the almost instant deletion. Goes in with the ult and just gets annihilated. Shockwave sets up Lola for the kill as the Herald is taken with 2 kills for dessert. This has seemed like a game that is just getting worse and worse for Lodis.
I feel like this is just the setup to the backswing, because with that Dragon Soul and Baron buff, this will look like the game over very soon. There is little to no counterplay for the Lodis squad, and this is their best attempt.
Mystique almost gets taken down, but survives long enough. The Nidalee struggling to find their place in this game. The Night Harvester trying to land these javelins, but so far, Nenze haven't been holding still long enough.
I think this is just generally showing some of the weaknesses with the Nidalee pick compared to that of the other AP junglers. It requires so many extra conditions. If your laners are not Renekton pretty much, you don't have reliable CC, you don't have reliable damage mix, and it makes it very tough for them to operate. I'm not saying it's particularly bad performance on the pick, but it just shows that the pick compared to that of the Kindred, that of these other AP junglers like the Morgana, lacks that level of consistency and requires a bit too much snowball.
You know, I absolutely agree with you. It does not feel like Nidalee has been playing this badly by any means. It's just they're struggling to be present in the game the same way Nicodem is on the Kindred. We are close, only a couple minutes away from that infernal soul from being locked down. But Nenze, they get 2 wins here in the finals. They take home the winner's purse of £300. Based on this first game, it looks like Lodis, even if they make it out of here with something, with even a close game, they're going to have a lot to think about in game 2.
having to come back and get 2 wins after a reminder, this tournament has pretty much been single elimination, 1 game done. So they have only won up until this point for the Lodis squad, and getting knocked down a game in a finals, this is something that a lot of teams don't experience. While we know that the Lodis team is very veteran, they are a Div 2 Ultra Liga team, I believe it was, so it is something that they are probably experienced with, but doesn't mean that it's actually going to give them an easy answer for how they beat the enemy team in Game 2.
I mean, I'll ask you for that answer in game number 1, if there is one. Yeah, what's the path back here for Lodis? What's the steps they can take that will get them trending in a direction that they can maybe stomach?
It frankly has to come off the back of some cheesy plays right now. We need some Gouda coming into this game, because if you cannot get something off of this Zed in the side lane, your hope is gone. 1 minute until the Dragon. It needs to be a steal on this objective. They have the Nidalee Spear, they have the Cogmore, which does execute damage, so it's not impossible. Then the only problem is Nidalee probably dies for that, and then you lose Baron, so it's extremely dire.
And of course, you know, it's a big thing for Lodis to stop the Infernal Soul from being taken, but even if Lodis give everything to keep that from happening, as you said, they'll give up the Baron, and also, Nenze can just come back and get the next Infernal Dragon.
It is just bad decision on bad decision. There's no good answer, and there is no hope here.
Stasis does keep the Nidalee alive and gets away from the rocket as well. Lala is going to get chased onto. This is the AD carry being positioned, but instantly Wixful uses their paranoia as a reactive tool to stop the assassination.
Very significant Nocturne pick this game, pretty much nullifying any hope for proactive plays. We saw it last game was a nuisance for Shen to deal with and made collapsing on these teamfights so difficult. And just the lower cooldown that you can get when you start to stack this ability haste in the shoes, in the stride breaker, in the runes, it makes it very tough to deal with. As what on earth was that?
That was an instant deletion of the Mystics fan. This is an Infernal Soul enhanced team. This, I think, maybe? No, it's not enough damage with all those shields to take out Test Account on the Orianna. The Baron is up next. Infernal Soul locked down from Nenze.
Okay. Last hope is this Nidalee getting a steal right here. They have the spear up. That is all they can do.
Lazarus Spike says no. Nidalee has to go into the pit, and all she'll find there is death.
Ooh, death sentence saving the day right there, stopping Nidalee get the Q, execute into smite combo. Would have actually had a good chance to steal that away. Very nicely played, extremely good bait, keeping the Lamb's respite up until the very last second. And then if it weren't for the Shaco Thresh play right there, that hook pretty much saves the Baron and means they can end out on this push.
It's all about those little things coming together to form an outstanding plan for Lodis. She said it's going to be a struggle for them to keep their minds where they need to be. So far behind in this game, nearly 10,000 gold. It's starting to seem reminiscent of our previous games, despite the fact that these are two extremely well-matched teams.
And again, it is the higher ranked team that is going to be looking like they fall in this game, and there should be at least some level of just ability to come back into it for the second game. They won't have too long to prepare, but I think they're probably going to default back to scaling options like the Azir, because as we can see here, he's just so rough to play against this double ADC comp.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it's crazy to think of scaling given that this game is basically done at 24 minutes. We got pressure coming through top, mid, and the bottom all at the same time. You can see the power of the Zed is going to be struggling here. Paranoia activated as an offensive measure. Going back in again. It will at least be a big member of the field, but at the cost of the towers.
Jinx wasn't even there hitting the turrets. Now they're here. They have both ADCs in range. And frankly, despite it being a 4v5, I don't know if you're truly favored as the Lodis squad. So you need to be very careful with your execution. That needs to be punishing somebody who steps astray.
Late nice use of the Gale Force there to step out of the shockwave. This is an attempt for Lodis to at least keep their inhibitors intact. They've lost the mid lane inhibitor tower, so it's laid open for the taking. But for now, Nenze are forced back. The javelins are hitting. You can see that Nidalee just doesn't want to go in, because the second they do, they're in trouble. Turn around play. Lala is getting excited. They are tearing into the squad. And Lodis, whatever hope they might have had quickly quashed.
And Lane looking like they were going for the killer instinct. No Kai'Sa here, though. They actually managed to get some level of play down. It looked good for a brief moment, but I believe that is likely to be the FF at the end of this one, as the game is over at 25 minutes.
25 minutes and 11k in the advantage. Oh my gosh, I can see why you'd want to move very swiftly on to the second game of the finals.
So, they've got to mentally reset now. You've got no more than 5-10 minutes to get into the next game and get your mental just together, trying to prepare for this one. So, the question that I'm jumping to is, will they default back to scaling? We saw in the previous game they had the Azir in the middle lane, and they picked up the Jinx themselves. That time, they decided to choose away from it, and actually taking Nidalee away first. So, hopefully, they figure out, maybe don't go for that strategy, maybe take the Jinx. Even if you give away Kog'Maw Lulu, you can see that there is clear playmaking around it, and Lane is so important for this squad that I think they really do need them on one of these pop-off picks.
Yeah, I mean, the possibilities from there, it's a different night and day compared to the previous game, but guys, we will need to take a short break while our teams do get set up. Don't go anywhere, though, because the finals are far from done. Nenze may have put out a fantastic performance in the first game against Lodis, but it's still a best of 3. The comeback potential is still there for Lodis. Find out if it will happen after the break. Welcome back, one and all, to the Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup in association with Zynamite. My name is Counterfeit alongside Melvin Izzle, and we're getting into our second game of the grand finals. Team Nenze against Lodis, with the first game ending out in 25 minutes with a surrender. Of course, last time round, it was all about the domination. Certainly. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, didn't remember I was muted. Discord happens. All right, so back to just a recap of what we saw from last game. Lodis, we had followed them in the previous game against ESSKT, and they ended up taking that victory because they had a scaling comp and was relatively just better statted into the late game. Last game, we saw they opted for an early game 1-3-1 comp that required snowballing, and it did not happen, so Nenze walked away with the first game win.
We are at least seeing Lodis maintaining their position on the blue side, so they'll get their first pick. Let's see what their bans have got in store. Suddenly we're seeing, again, heavy emphasis towards the AD carry position, and the Rumble again being removed from the field. So no Kaiser, no Tristana. Hyper carry? Why? There's one big one left, and that's the Jinx.
We did see it come over to the other side last time. It traded for the Kog'Maw Lulu. So we'll have to see if Nenze take the same trade, or if they opt to just take away the Thresh and deny one of the safest pairings with this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how much work the Thresh was doing there, keeping the Jinx safe, making the plays, and sometimes even breaking a team fight wide open. The choice is here. Nenze could finish everything here, and they will take away the Thresh, just as you suspected.
I suppose this will either be paired with another hyper carry like the Kog'Maw, or the Aphelios is always potential. This is a very deadly lane duo that if Lula can pilot it as a team, these two could pretty much just win off of lane phase alone, as Jinx will not be able to contest them for the early parts of the game. We'll have to see if they go for that, or if they opt for maybe even just a jungler here, because they don't have to give away anything at this point.
Nocturne is joining back in again, and Wixful did fantastic work on it in the solo lane against the Aatrox before shut the Aatrox out of the game entirely.
Crucially, is very good into these immobile carries such as the Jinx, who require things like the Thresh to protect them. So now the question rises, how does Mystique's fan actually keep their Jinx alive? Will they opt for something like the Braum, the Tahm Kench? Lulu is still in the game, she's very powerful, but that Nocturne is a flex pick, could end up in any of the top side roles, and it looks like they're going to really go back and errata their draft and say, you know what, we meant to do Renekton Nidalee. Sorry, let's just run it back.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we had our worries about the Nidalee pick, but ultimately it was one of the more successful picks on the team, going 2-2-2, which actually I think is the best performing member of the squad. Ezreal will join the Thresh down in the bottom lane though, as we've now got Poke and Mobility up against Jinx, who so far doesn't have a support to call her own, and it will certainly not be a Lulu.
Very scary going into the second rotation now and leaving the support not locked in for the Lodis squad, because if you look at it, they can ban out the Lulu, they can ban out things like the Braum if they're afraid of that. Any other defensive support they can take away, as there goes that Kindred, that important secondary carry that was on the Nenze squad last game that really managed to just carry them through the middle game. It was very good into the Nidalee, and now the question rises, with Morgana, Kindred, Rumble off of the table, what do they opt for as their backup pick? Because they haven't given away Nocturne's position yet, so they could at the end of the day just send that over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the flexibility of these flex picks. One more ban to come from Lodis here. So far they seem like they have been working on course correcting from the previous game. They'll focus out mid for the final ban, that reliability of the Syndra taken away. That does mean that we've still got that Orianna from last game in play.
Along with the potential Azir we might see coming out from Reboot as they played in that first one. He's the pick we're expecting to go into the blind Orianna, and with the exception of Jinx, a pretty good run it back from the Nenze squad right now. The only thing is you don't have the same pop-off potential on this Ezreal.
No, going to take a little bit longer to get going, but yeah, the Orianna locked in means that we're seeing some pretty similar stuff. Lodis there mixing things up. Finally, Azir sneaking through the draft. Now the support pick. Who's going to keep Latine from being later.
And you need to be able to protect not only Lane, but also your Azir in this game, considering you are against the Nocturne with the Orianna combo. The question is, will they opt to go counter-aggressive? Because you already have Renekton Nidalee. You ideally don't want to have a bot lane that is in a dangerous spot, because you want to be focusing out that top lane, making plays up there and making whoever ends up against this Renekton's life hell.
Northless comes in, so it looks like the best form of defense is a whole lot of crowd control. See if that will be enough. It certainly does add some much needed beef to the Lodis side, as Rutrow, could it finally happen? Well, Rizzle, the pick that's been teased all tournament long, it's here! Lee Sin finally, after all the hype in the world, arrives on the Rift.
This is a champion that we have been talking about pretty much every game it's been relevant, and now it looks like it will end up in the jungle, but that is obviously a flexible pick. Itself and Nocturne can go between top and jungle, and frankly this game, I think I prefer the Lee Sin in that top lane, mainly because Nocturne could chase into Nidalee quite aggressively in the jungle, and it makes it quite useful for being able to dash away whenever Renekton looks aggressive. The kickback obviously is going to be useful regardless, but you ideally just want to be as safe as humanly possible against this Renekton Nidalee combo.
I have to wonder though, coming into this second game of our Grand Finals here in the Lockdown Cup, you know, there was so much threat coming in from Nenze last time round. You know, Lala, Wistful, Test Account, and Nicodem, they all had 3, 4, 5 kills each. They all ended out the game, you know, with 4 different carries. So it could come from anywhere in game 2.
And now I think it's just important to see if there will be another top gap, because you do not have the Aatrox. Nocturne into Renekton is still a fine matchup for Nocturne if they can time their spell shield to predict the Renekton stun. You will come out on top of these trades, but it is not as easy to execute as it is against the Aatrox, where you can kind of just run at them because they want to keep you away and they physically cannot stop you.
Do let us know, guys, who you are rooting for. Lodis or Nenze here. And we have received an update. ESS KT1 take 3rd place. So the UK team managing to make it through there to better their prize towards the end. Again, the top 4 sharing £750 here today. And these top 2 fighting for the lion's share of that, which could be decided by the end of this game.
Nenze leading the series 1-0 up as we come into this one. The question is, will they start off with an early lead again? Because now, I would say the playing field is a fair bit more even. You do not just default win off of scaling if you're the Nenze squad. And I would actually say this game, considering you have the Jinx Azir win condition in the late game, it becomes quite annoying to play against. But I don't think it instantly makes them favored for the Lodis team.
So let's talk about the teams overall then. You know, Lodis, this is a must-win game for them. They absolutely have to find a way through so they can get to see game number 3 in our Grand Finals here today. You know, what's that path? What's the needle they have to thread to get the game back and tie us up 1 game apiece?
They need to keep this top lane in their favor. Last time, the only reason it was even was because of a massive CS lead in Mizoku's favor. They had a ridiculous amount of gold in pocket just from that, despite being down in kills from pretty much minute 5 onwards. So we need to see them keep top lane ahead and this time try and punish this Nocturne. Because if Nocturne and Lee Sin, 2 Strikebreaker / Gore Drinker champions, get ahead, they can provide absolute hell for this Jinx and Azir, considering both of them make excellent target dummies to fly in with the Orianna ball, and at that point, one of them's dead. Nobody on their team can save them because Nautilus can't disengage the Nocturne while they're ulting, and while you can stop the Lee Sin, they can always just double back and escape away with that safeguard, so it makes it a very tough needle for them to thread for the Lodis team, and means that if they want to win, they need to snowball top, and they cannot let their bot lane get blown up.
And it's going to be a tough ask for Lane to survive in this environment with 0 shields from the rest of the squad. It seems like a million miles away from the Protector Cogmore compositions of old. We will be shortly heading out onto the Rift for what could easily be the last game of the Lockdown Cup. The teams coming through groups and through playoffs to make it to this point. There were so many teams to start us off with, but now there are only 2 playing it for your amusement and for their share of £500 between first and second.
So, as we get ready to start off this potential final game, it is very important to see how both teams approach level 1. We saw in the past 2 games we've had on stream, there was the illusion. It looked for a moment like there was going to be an explosive first level fight, but it didn't happen either time. This game, there's a Nautilus, and if there's a champion who loves level 1 skirmishes, it is Nautilus. They have a Jinx that can follow up on it, and when you have both the Lethal Tempo and the Conqueror on these ADCs, they're both going to be pretty ready to scrap.
Yeah, I mean, you can have those stars in your eyes if you're Lodis here, of thinking about that Nautilus early play, getting the resets, and maybe even getting multiple kills to start a game off. That would be a very different environment than Lodis were working in before. We'll, of course, be pausing up at 10 seconds, so gather your friends and loved ones close. The second game of the Grand Finals is about to begin, or is it? Ha ha ha! Trolled again, Melvinizzle.
Just aren't allowed to sync up our streams, apparently. I mean, I suppose this is fine. We'll get to hopefully mitigate some of the delay as we can finally pause at 10.
Okay, so whew. Let's do some witchcraft again, Melvinizzle. Let's make some predictions. So 10 minutes in, what does the game look like? And I will be checking your answers.
Okay, so 10 minutes into this game, it should be a lead for the Lee Sin and the Nocturne if everything goes to plan for them, with Nocturne just surviving lane, hitting level 6, and is then able to have made at least one play, presumably onto this bottom side. At that point, you're going to see Nenze try and force around the dragons, and maybe if they can run back last game, because we saw that this is their second game of Nidalee now for Zapachi, and we'll have to find out if they can actually pilot it more consistently this time, because they didn't make any real mistakes last game, but they didn't snowball enough, as I think we're about red balls.
All right, let's get things started. Game number 2 of the Lockdown Cup is about to begin. 3, 2, 1, let's begin. Oh boy. I'm really feeling the pressure here for Lodis. It seems like, they didn't make, you said in the draft, it was really a course correction for them as a team, rather than reinventing the wheel. Given how one-sided that last game turned out, I'm concerned. Are you concerned?
I am doing better in my mental state than last game. This time we do see they have pulled out the Azir again. This was a pick that they had a lot of success and was pretty much one of the defining factors in their series against ESSKT. So now it is the question of if they can use this early game aggression in the top side as a bridge to allow their Azir and allow their Jinx into the mid game. Because at the very first few levels, it's going to be very much in Nenze's favor for this bottom side. Ezreal, this is not your granddad's Ezreal anymore. They go Sheen, they go into Essence Reaver, and they can actually just start one-tapping you with lethality after that point. They may opt for the Divine Sunderer build that gives them a bit more sustained damage, but I can tell you for a fact, if they get to 3 items, they can one-round both of these carries on the enemy squad.
We've already seen how deadly that death sentence can be from the Thresh for setting up those kind of plays. Very much trivial to hit those skill shots when your opponent is locked in the crowd control.
Looks like no level 1 shenanigans will occur. Pretty much an identical start to the last game with the exception of some champions being flipped around, but it will be both junglers pathing up to their top lane. So don't expect any real jungle intervention until the level 3 mark, and then it will be around this top scuttle crab and whoever gets the mid priority. It seems to be going in Orianna's favor.
See the aggressive trading down the bottom side goes pretty much even. The Thresh comes off a little bit of the worst. Notable though is Layteen did get a little clobber during that last trade, as it seemed like mid, they're not holding back either.
Both using a corrupting potion. It is so important for both Nidalee and Lee Sin to start off on their best foot, and nobody in these middle 4 champions can break the Scuttle Crab shield. So it's just going to be about whoever has mid priority and can actually use that to collapse and get there first.
Big shove from Lodis in the bottom side, but as we can see, both junglers, just as you said, up towards the top, so no danger to this mobile Jinx, who is only protected by the crowd control suite to the northwards.
Crucially there was a little bit of information gained from the Lodis squad, gained away from the Lodis squad. We saw that Nocturne, on that wave where it was bouncing back into them, walked in and saw that Nidalee's blue buff was up, which means that they now know for Lee Sin's purposes that they do not have to contest this crab because they will be able to collapse on this side. So now they at least have all the info and they can decide whether they want to take the 3v3 or opt away, but Mystique's is mid.
There's a nice roam, we're catching right in place, Ignite immediately flashing forward as Test Ace gets the first blood in, I misspoke. Good roaming action, Lodis wanted to start off differently, they've managed to do that. Nice catch on the Nocturne, but just outside of tower range. The Lee Sin is coming around the side, under the tower, the flash is forced, and nice covering of the tower aggro from Wixfall means that Lee Sin gets out close.
Very barely. They take tower aggro because of the corrupting potion, and this is looking very bad now. Nidalee's here.
Whoa! Nice turnaround play. It's 2-0 for Lodis. And that second game is suddenly looking a lot more likely.
And we really were not expecting it to be this particular chain of events that led to Renekton Nidalee getting a lead, but you know what, we'll take it. And it's all off the back of Mystique's fan getting that mid lane play, because if they did not kill Test Account immediately after TPing back into lane, that is top crab down, that is Lee Sin getting priority, and that is the game looking rough.
Wizfall gets killed as well! What is going on, Melvin? As Lodis are suddenly back with a new lease of life, turning every play. They're the ones in control.
I think it's just a bit of the pressure factor now. You're a game up, you get a bit overconfident, and the fact that you think that you could just kind of walk over this game like you saw last time, you have to give respect. This is an enemy team of Grandmasters to Challenger players.
We have now got the roam up from the Nenze side of things, but we can see the Thresh can save others, but saving themselves could be a little bit trickier. Mystique doesn't quite manage to land the crowd control, need to get up into range as Nidalee comes alive for the sword, picks up kill number 2 and gets away clean.
Nocturne is here to collapse though, but they will not get anything done. Still only level 5. Azir, they could just shuffle away to safety. And this is looking pretty dire for the Nenze squad. They will not be able to get priority for this first dragon. And it means most crucially that their Lee Sin is not getting anything done in this early game.
And that's exactly where we'd be expecting them to make an impact. 5 minutes in and with a 2k gold advantage. I mean, we've certainly seen leads like this disappear quickly before. This time, Leitein's the one on the Jinx. Leitein's the one with a chance to start snowballing if they join the rest of the team in this early success.
And this relatively tame bottom lane has meant that Jinx has not been punished whatsoever. The reason that when you take away the Thresh you expect to pair it with something like the Aphelios is because then you get a strong side of the map. Those two could just constantly force, as there is a level 6 to level 6 lead in this top side. Paranoia
being used defensively to try and keep the Nidalee from the door, as that's another kill through. 5-0 for Lodis. What a difference a game can make. Almost tower diving there. I think it's still going to force it. There's a resonating strike. The javelin goes a little wide and is plucked out of the air. You don't want to go into this swamp.
That is a 3k5 gold lead right now over to the Lodis squad. And this looks like we're going to gain 3 right now. This is extremely dominant in the early game. And I have to say, it's not necessarily because of proactivity from the Lodis squad. It's only really been Mystique's fan that has actively been doing things. For the rest of it has just been catching the throws from the Nenze squad.
Yeah, Nenze, they're willing to try and force these plays early on. Just the difference is this time around, Lodis, as you said, they've been able to counteract the plays tremendously better. Each one of the times these kills have gone through, it's been a heart stopper, but it's happened. And somehow, everything has not been working for Nenze at all. It keeps going wrong, not even a single kill back as some kind of comfort.
There is a 3-level gap in the jungle right now. This game should be all but over at this point.
I mean, that's That's gotta be some incredibly sweet revenge from Rizoko fan on the Renekton up the top. The memories of when that was happening before. Beautiful javelin hit. There's the Rocket's red glare, but it won't quite be able to take Lola out. Literally goes under the tower. Does pay for it with the shutdown. That's the first kill coming in. Lola somehow doesn't die, but that will not be for long. Kill number 9. A small light in the darkness as test account comes in on the Orianna. The Jinx just off screen to the south. Might be forcing a flash in. No! Fighting across the wall with the Rockets flashing forward! And the rest of the team come in. Shockwave grabs hold of 2. Everest Divide goes a little bit wide, but the zap is good from Lei Team. See you later.
And 1 kill goes back over to the other side, but frankly, this is an FF at 15 if I've ever seen one myself. The superior scaling team comp is insanely ahead, and I honestly am struggling to fathom ways that Lodis can lose this game if they are not extremely, and I mean extremely overzealous, because they could pretty much just sit back and win off of XP advantage, just pushing down on lanes, secure these objectives on spawn and be fine. But the fact they haven't even looked at Rift Herald or Dragon yet does mean that there are ways for the Nenze team to play, but they just aren't really going to do much for them.
Looking at the numbers here, 2,000 gold lead between the junglers here. Pretty much 2,000 gold lead between top laners as well, as there's the shield. It's being burned through. The crowd control, Wixful gets eliminated as Mystique's fan is taken under the tower. There are some shutdowns available, but this gold lead, nearly 5,000 ahead before 10 minutes, and all the plates for Morocco fan to eat from.
And the only way you lose this game as Lodis is by overextending. You do not need to force these hilariously aggressive plays, because trading 1 for 1 is not good for you. Lee Sin, for a brief moment, had closed the level gap from 3 to 1, and is now just able to collect off of the catch-up XP from kills and from the dragon, and they should be able to close this up again, making the game far more even than it has any right to be for a 5k gold lead.
Gotta be careful here at Lodis. They've got what they wanted, the advantage that we didn't think that they would have. They've got a top lane who's incredibly dominant, but they're still giving over.
Rift Herald can help you try and secure the game. We have a Jinx. We know they can end the game in one singular push later on. This will probably not be that push, though, as they haven't really had any attention paid towards or away from them.
Yeah, we're looking for that get excited passive, you know, to get the resets off and just start rolling it through a team. We've got the 1 kill and 3 assists as the first tower goes down in the top side. The Herald's not even used to secure first tower.
So, silver lining, and this is very silver for the Nenze squad, is they at least have this power in the bottom side, and it looks like they're trying to extort it to get something done. Ezreal, they are about to hit their mythic, mythic equivalent of the Essence Reaver, and that'll be the strongest they're going to be for a while, but it looks like the counter collapse, Nocturne not able to make their way down, and it looks like this play has just been nullified entirely by Lodis.
Alright, so as things start to settle down, we look at the wreckage of an early game. 4 deaths for Wixful up on the top side. He said 10 minutes in, we would see Lee and Nocturne dominating and turning that advantage down to the bottom side. I don't know if any reasonable person could have predicted this, though.
Well, we'll have to see. There is a flanking TP ward for Nocturne right now. I think they're going to use it. This Rift Herald is going to come down, and it's double TP.
Drew Shot Barrage cuts through the team. Leeson in from the side. This is the play they've been looking for. Crowd control in spades. Leighteen is eliminated. Test account manages to lock down a kill as well. Shockwave brings in 2, but just allows them to die. And this leads still pouring out the damage. As it's going to be a triple kill. There's some moves from the Azir, but they arrive too late to turn the fight entirely.
Rift Herald still in inventory. These plates have 2 minutes to go before falling, and it looks like they're just going to stay here and collect even more so on their gold.
The Rift Herald soaking up so much of the aggro there and smashing down the tower. So the gold lead continues to grow. The coffers bulging of Lodis. Their power seemingly overwhelming. We're still seeing the attempt from the Nocturne to make it round the side because this Renekton is not high health.
There are double shutdowns available here. This can be a very big punish.
The shutdown one is acquired. The tower goes down to stop any further aggression, but Lodis may be overstaying there.
Does lose a little bit of gold in the end. Ends over going to, I'm going to double check, that was the Ezreal that picks it up. Very significant as, oh my lord, Mystiques, you can't do that.
Test account. Burning everything to get away. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we had our doubts about this Nautilus pick, but it's proven to be extraordinarily strong for Lodis.
They are getting a lot done constantly right now, as Ribu actually just asserting dominance on the map. And because of this pressure, you can see that Jinx and Nautilus are just able to walk top lane and do whatever they want. Only plates left available are in the mid lane, but with 30 seconds until they're gone, I doubt they'll be taken.
Just want to kind of touch back on some of the performances so far, as we see Ribu with no real way out, getting caught. They're going to try and trade their life across as the rocket goes a little bit wide. Lala gets kill number 3, but that doesn't compare. If you look across the Lodis' scoreboard, we've got 7 kills so far for this Nidalee, just throwing the whole game into shade.
And I want to make something very clear to the audience that counterintuitively, the team that is ahead, flash for flash trades are actually benefiting them right now. Normally that wouldn't be the case because you'd want to keep yourself alive, keep your flash cooldowns. But when you have a Nautilus that is being this proactive, the ability to just press R on Orianna, press R on Ezreal, and just follow up on that and kill them there, that's pretty devastating because you could get so much done off of even the slightest lead this game, and it looks like that dragon will be the next objective in their sights.
Holding my breath for a second as the fight almost starts up there. Mystiques fan providing the front line and the engage for the squad. Nidalee still off and away from the rest of the fight. As you say, the Drake is coming up next. And there's another opportunity to see if Lodis can bring their early success into a later snowball that can't be stopped.
Big shockwave.
Ribu didn't have the ultimate, didn't have any way out.
Okay, so that is going to get them some level of priority, but it costs everything they have team fighting wise. That is the Lee Sin ult flash, that is the Orianna ult, and it does mean now you can't really control these chokes in the same way because they're not as scared of the Orianna ball when it's not able to be followed up on. So despite having numbers advantage, you still can't really do much to the Lodis squad right now as they're able to just stat check you with how big they are with just their gold. This is just hitting you with your wallets.
Yeah, and it's a heavy wallet indeed. The gold lead is still enormous. So Wistful, rather than trying to contest the Drake, instead was spending some time trying to get the first one. There's a nice catch on to the threat of full-off crowd control. It is a good stasis, holds them in place, but it will not get them away from 18, who picks up kill number 2. Ezreal being chased into their own jungle. The rockets from the Jinx, such long range, but the turnaround play is here. Nidalee getting caught there, but the turnaround from instead the Nautilus. Too much crowd control, too much damage to follow it up.
Mystiques fan has been a menace this game, and you can see the power of the Nidalee when it's paired with good setup. You have Renekton and you have Nautilus. This amount of chain CC is pretty much instant death now. We saw it right there on the middle lane. Shaco basically didn't get to play the game. They got Nautilus hooked into Jinx trap into one shot by Spear. So, frankly, you can't ever step up if you are on the Nenze team, and it just makes it such a rough time for you to actually contest anything. The only silver lining I was going to give them was the gold gap hadn't really exploded since we talked about 8 minutes, but now that is not the case. It is 8k in the favor of Lodis, and they should be looking to take this Rift Herald and try and crash down inhibs with it.
So we are on the Infernal Rift with one Drake secured apiece. Given what we've seen so far, the 14 stacks on this Nidalee's Magi Soul Stealer, we're going to still need to see some heavy momentum being put in. So far, 3 towers for our friends here on the Lodis, whereas for Nenze, they've not got a single one.
And they also do not have the same kind of just tower destruction ability. When you have a Jinx, even if you're looking even or behind, you can end the game off of one push with a Rift Herald, as you may see here in this game. Ezreal does not offer the same. They do decent damage, but without their Mirror Mana stack, you can see here they just can't hold a candle to the Jinx.
And even 3 auto attacks was enough to send them out of lane, as we've got the multi coming in from Lodis in mid and bottom. No Drake to fall back and take, so it's just pure pushing action from Lodis to try and put this game beyond repair.
Best thing that you can hope for if you're rooting for Nenze this game is Azir or Jinx to stay alone in the middle lane, and then them to get collapsed on by Nocturne plus presumably Ezreal or Lee Sin. That is really the best chance they have, either that or a ridiculously overzealous dive from Lodis.
And certainly Lodis have been guilty of that before, overstepping their bounds. You see how well they've learned their lessons in this game. Is going under the tower. The rocket goes wide, nearly getting caught there by the hook under the tower. Burning through the stopwatch, this could be the turnaround point, as we've got ourselves the potential to kick things off here. Nidalee, though, falling back with the javelin, re-engaged from the Nocturne, onto the rest of the squad. Nocturne falling back as Mystique, span of all people, locks down the second kill. Lola's Ezreal falls back into the base as the Herald comes in and looks like it's going to date with that inhibitor turret.
This game should have been a free kick off of that play, because that was the most out of bounds you could physically be from Lodis. Under tower with all of your members when they had no minions, and they still come out on top, all off of the back of this Nautilus plus Nidalee combo. They're going to be able to crack open the base. They get that inhib, and it's going to set up beautifully for the Baron and the Dragon.
And that Rift Herald even managed to get a charge onto the Nexus tower itself, meaning that that's going to be a solid follow-up. Super minions coming through. Baron in less than a minute. Infernal Drake in over a minute. There's the catch on to the Lee Sin. Nautilus leading the charge once again. Leighteen is charging in. Will get the slow down on to the Thresh, but I think that kills all that can be gotten. 2 major objectives and low health bars for Lodis.
Let's take a quick look at summoner spells right now. This is going to be the most important part of the game, because if this Baron goes down in Lodis's favor, frankly, they could all still die, and it would still probably be GG. So we just need to see what on earth can be focused out. Jinx does not have heal, does have flash. Azir has flash. It's realistically Nidalee and Nautilus you can actually get anything onto. So this is going to be about quickly collapsing, clearing out as much vision as humanly possible between Shaco and Nico in this Lee Sin Thresh duo, and then trying to wait for one person to step too far out of bounds, because you are not getting any other chances. But you can see by that Ezreal ultimate, they have no idea what is happening.
No, and this vision is going to be all important around these objectives. You can see here, both teams committing in resources to make sure that there's a clear path. Right now, with the super minions coming into the mid lane, it's occupying the attention of test accounts Orianna, meaning that there's nothing happening to stop this Inferno Dragon at all.
Lee Sin is in range. They're looking to collapse onto this Renekton and try and get something done. They're hoping that they can pick up 1 kill as a sliver or something. They just need anything to grip onto, but there's nothing.
Rocket doesn't get anything done here, as it's looking to be the Lodis. Despite having the Azir in the bottom lane and having to teleport into the fight, Lodis are still looking for a fight right now.
They have nothing to fear. They just have such a ridiculous tank on this Nautilus. They have a full item. They are at parity with the solo laners for the enemy team. The only hope is Lula on this Ezreal doing something, but with the true shot available, this is the important part for them. Can they steal this Baron? That is realistically the only hope you have.
There is the vision in the pit, right at the back, hiding behind the Baron itself. Where's the true shot barrage going to be coming from? We're building up the play. Lee Sin, of course, an exceptional Baron stealer. The Thresh is gone, but the Lee Sin survives. Is thinking about coming across the wall. Nice play from Lodis here. They're sweeping around the Baron pit, trying to make sure the Lee Sin cannot join in. Zap will land. Lee Sin across the wall, looking for the play. It's no steal, and it is a demolition the other way round. Lodis picking apart every single option for success here for Nenze.
I see no way that this isn't the end of the game, as just flexing on this Orianna with the really dire performance in that last matchup, the Aatrox into the Nocturne, coming back with a vengeance on this Renekton pick, punishing the early over-aggression from Nenze, and they're going to take us to a crucial 3rd game in this fight.
Oh boy, this is what we hoped for. These are 2 fantastic teams, both showing each other how to crush a game. It all comes down to the third and final game here. The Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup. In association with Zynamite, we will be bringing you game number 3 as soon as we humanly can. It will not be long at all, so do stick around, and we shall crown ourselves a champion in just a short while's time. All right. It's time for myself and Melvin Izzle to bring you the last game of the Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup in association with Zynamite. It's been a long road getting us here, Melvin Izzle, but now one of these two teams will become champion at the end of this game of League of Legends.
Going for that final prize pool, they are trying to put all the chips down here, everything to play for, and it is the difference between £100 between these two teams, so nothing insignificant as we see that Renekton taken away as the sides finally swap for these teams.
So we've had 2 games so far, 2 tremendous showings from our teams, just being able to put out absolutely brutal performances, and we can only hope that game number 3 is able to match up to the previous 2. I'd love to see it, this go to a long game, to see both teams being able to go at each other full force.
Indeed, it would be good to finally get a much more even showing between these two squads. This is by far our best ranked teams going off against each other, and we've seen relatively decisive performances both ways around. In the first game, it very much looked like it was just going to be blown out of the water, and then in the second game, it was pretty much the same thing, just the other way around. Both teams between Lodis and Nenze have actually had the better number of the enemy, and it's like we see both teams try to figure out what that was. Jinx, Nidalee, Renekton, Kindred, such important picks throughout this series, all gone now.
A lot of respect for Nenze towards Lodis there, not just taking one part of their combo, but both parts, the Nidalee and the Renekton, both of them were fantastic. Now neither of them will be making play here. Are we seeing a
Rumble? It's the proxy pick for Rumble, that champion that we saw in our first game and it wiped the floor and haven't seen since, finally joins the game. I was thinking that something has to get through with Kindred and Jinx, man. Surely there was one that we're forgetting about, and that is the one, as Rumble is locked in. Now we will see the Nocturne in response. This has been another champion that has been picked up in every game so far this series.
Alright, so it's as good as an answer? We shall find out. Certainly, we haven't had the data so far to be able to know, how the Rumble's going to do. I mean, certainly from what we've seen so far, it's been fantastic as Layteen picks up their hyper carry. So, but we've still got the Tristana left in the pool.
That is a significant one. This Kai'Sa was banned away in the previous games, and we actually saw Layteen on the Kog'Maw playing it like it was Kai'Sa, with the smooth moves sliding around the rift. But in this game, it is all on how they draft. They have the option to take aggressive support, and it looks like both of these bot lanes are going to go full ham with it. That could, at the end of the day, be a Triss mid, though.
There we go. If we're looking for hype, we need hyper carries, and both of our teams are giving us that, as we will see Seraphine, of course. The flex being picked up means that it's going to throw a monkey wrench into Lodis's second wave of bans.
And this makes it very tricky. Oh, we see the Rakan actually swap. This is a common duo with the Kai'Sa, so it looks like it's mainly a takeaway from them to make sure that you can't actually get this very safe, very aggressive early game duo. And it looks like that will be Galio picked up, paired with the Nocturne. This could find its way to mid or support, so right now everything's still relatively up in the air.
Oh my gosh, and it's not going to be the only thing. Lodis, they've got now 3 members who can arrive in a fight from off screen. That just seems ridiculous.
And you know what you need to start that off? You need somebody who initiates the play, because while Nocturne can do just fine, they don't instantly get crowd control, which means Kai'Sa will be set on a delay. And there goes the Camille. That is another follow-up that you would expect to see with this kind of squad. Camille, Galio, a terrifying combo. Jarvan is still on the table, but frankly, I don't think it is going to be what the comp wants, considering if you look at the enemy team, with the exception of the Rumble, who is that Annie pick in disguise, they can all get out of the Jarvan Cataclysm.
Yeah, and that's a big difference maker between a kill or just a mild inconvenience. Syndra is plucked from the mid lane, despite the Galio's native magic resist scaling properties. One more ban to come through. It seemed like the second wave of bans much more general, and Akali, someone we haven't seen a ton of, still a sleeper OP pick slipping below the radar.
Is a flex pick, so makes sense why you'd get rid of one like that, but you have to note the fact that Azir can still be locked in now if they want to, or they can just decide on this rel. Hard to say. It looks like they don't want to blind lock in mid, and it keeps Nocturne as a flex, most importantly.
Alright, so final two pieces coming in here for Nenze. They got their first pick Rumble. Now they'll have to show their mid lane and let Lodis choose what they want to end out here.
Of course, it's the Gallium, and that was a bit foolish by me right there, looking at that one. So it's actually top jungle with the counter. My mistake there, but when you're against a Rumble, you need all the advantage you could get, and I am curious how they're going to attack that. They're locking in the Scion as what they're attempting to be a mitigating pick if this is Nocturne top. Very tanky, can stack armor, and can actually survive the Nocturne, so I like that as an approach, but that means Nocturne can always get chucked into the jungle to just chain force onto this bot lane, as we may see the Anivia, and we do. This was a champion that they dominated on through the tournament up until this point, but we haven't got to see it on stream yet.
So first time for everything. We're definitely seeing some long held onto picks being brought out for both of these teams in this vital game number 3. So the question still remains, where is the Nocturne going? This pick should answer that definitively.
And we'll find out now. It is just going to be the standard Gnar. They're sending that up there to at least get some level of advantage using that hybrid max HP shred on that champion. At least have some method to try and approach the Scion in the lane phase. Does mean now that will be Nocturne in the jungle. So most importantly, they are going to need to try and get aggressive stuff done on this bottom side. They're going to have to farm up to 6 because they do not offer the same strength as a lane Nocturne does pre-6.
You're scared. Good to know.
Alright, so back in again. So this will be a quick redo of the champ select just to get that Rumble into the mix. So guys, it does mean we get a little bit more time to discuss the teams before things go underway. So assuming we still got a good picture of everything did get picked there, who are you favoring in terms of their overall draft?
Trying to put it together in my head right now. I remember that there was a Scion Rumble. Mid lane was, if you recall, it wasn't Orianna. Oh, this is why I always hate remakes. I struggle to do it. One thing I do remember, though, is there was a Nocturne versus a Rumble in the jungle. And one thing I want to point out that I'm sure we will see happen is that Rumble is extremely powerful in these early skirmishes. So we may see these two run into each other in the river. But, and this is a big but, Rumble wants to overheat just as they start the fight. Which means that Nocturne can get a very free E-Fear onto Rumble. So once Rumble starts to overheat, they will be forced to turn away, meaning their Flame Spitter will not be facing Nocturne, because when you are feared, you run away from the target. So this is a little micro interaction that they may not be planning for, but that can actually swing a level 3 fight quite heavily in the river. So we'll have to see if these junglers end up meeting and if that ends up happening, but I want to keep my eye on that particular interaction.
Ah, so you're saying that there'll be the spin around. You might even say a Nocturne.
Alright, you got me. You got me.
I couldn't think of a better way to set up that incredibly awful joke, so I just decided to go with it anyway. But yeah, absolutely. We've seen big things in the Rumble. If that micro interaction does come into play, it could be massive. Let's talk the big picture though. So, early game, mid game, late game. Tell me the story, Nenze. What's going to happen?
So, we want to see on the blue side of the map, this is pretty much just exist and let Rumble do things. Because in the bottom side, Rakan and Tristana should be pretty safe against Rel Kai'Sa, because Rakan can always knock up Rel as they're going for the crash down. As long as they don't get too hyphy and try and force things, in which case they can be punished, they should be alright just surviving this lane and waiting for jungle pressure. Then in the mid lane, it's going to be pushing lane for this Anivia. They're going to have a great time shoving in and putting Reboot in the dirt, ideally, for them. But this is where it gets a bit weird, because if Rumble gets to interact with either of those lanes, it can flip 180 on its head and completely shift the matchup where they are just winning non-stop without fail. Because once they get to level 6, they can equalize it basically every minute and a half, and that cooldown only gets lower.
We've seen the Rumbles being incredibly sneaky. The way that ultimate is deployed, able to just come in from the side and completely catch people off guard. But that, so now we've got an idea of how the matchups go into each other. I want to hear some of what's going to be happening, and I'm going to draw you on specific moments. So 10 minutes in, I know it didn't go to plan last time round, but what is this game going to look like?
10 minutes in, I imagine it is going to look like stacking up around the dragon, and unfortunately, I feel like this is a similar read to last game, where I'm going to be either hilariously wrong, hilariously right, and that's because it is all dependent on how well those first equalizers go. Because if they manage to get one down with the level lead that Rumble should have if everything goes to plan, then they can swing a matchup, force some flashes, and make it kind of scary for the opposing team to actually walk in and see if they could just say, actually, you're not allowed to approach these dragons. If Rumble does not get a lot done, then you cannot walk as the blue team into a river reasonably. You need someone there in front of you, because otherwise you will be nocturned into Rel Stun, because he can do that when they bind together, into Galio, into Kai'Sa, and you can see how the Wombo combo chains from there. They have an excellent series of events that they can very reliably do with the Nocturne Galio. So it's all about how defensive you can play between this Tristana and the Anivia.
So what I'm kind of feeling here is, and tell me if I'm wrong about this one, is that it feels like around objectives then, Nenze, you mentioned the Rumble ultimate, the ability to control the space within Anivia as well, that they've got the advantage. For Lodis, would it be when the fight's more spread out onto the map?
They definitely do have plenty of collapse tools, but I think it's less specifically about the around objectives and more so about getting there as a group. Because if you can approach slowly with your Scion in front, then Nenze are going to be fine. They can just lay down an equalizer and before you get to engage. But if you are walking in with your Rumble going first, with your Rakan, that can very easily get backfired on you super, super quickly, because while you have the Tristana ult to disengage, that can be followed by a Kai'Sa nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Lola versus Leighteen, two fantastic carriers who've managed to pull some serious weight in the respective games. Both of these teams so far, if you're just tuning in, with some amazing performances so far. I mean, the former Nidalee player now on Nocturne getting 10 kills in that last game, and really hard carrying along with the top lane and Morocco fan, who in the first game got shut out entirely. I'm going to push you on this, Melvin Izzle. Which player from this game is going to get shut out of the game?
I think if it's going to be one person who could get just completely deleted before they get a chance to play, it's going to be Rubu on this Galio. To imagine that level 3 fight we're alluding to, where Nocturne fears the Rumble, but this Anivia is coming into the game with Phase Rush, meaning that it's very hard for Galio to get stuff done. And with the Predator in their pocket, if they do not have successful roams to side lanes, it can backfire hilariously so for them, because they are a very squishy golem.
All right, you heard it here first. We will, of course, be pausing up before we get into the final game here of the Play Beyond Nutrition Lockdown Cup. All these teams spending these last 2 days making it to this point. Both of them are bringing out the big guns for the final game. We will, again, have our champion. We get to see Rumble for the first time in the playoff stages. We will get paused up at 10 seconds. Melvin Izzle, I want to hear it from you directly. Who's taking home the #1 place?
I think, personally, seeing the Predator on this Galio and knowing that both teams know how to execute on the early game, I think I'm still going to have to favor the Nenze Rumble team in this match. And that is primarily just because the sheer power of this pick is unfathomable. And it is very hard to put them behind early. And if you do not, then Rumble can run away with this game and stop Kai'Sa getting to that Gale Force. Stop Nocturne actually being able to jump onto your backline. And even if you do get to the idealistic spot for the opposing team, imagine it now. Nenze, you're just there. You get your Anivia jumped on by this entire Wombo combo the enemy has, but you just stack an equalizer into an Anivia ult, into Tristana free hitting on them, and suddenly, in the worst case scenario, you could still see a way where they come out on top. I don't think that is a mutual feeling this game, so I will favour Nenze.
Alright, we've heard it from the expert. Do let us know in the chat who you are feeling for this game. So we'll just wait through this initial pause while our teams make sure that all of their ducks are in a row for this final game. We want no excuses, we want no reasons why it was anything but pure skill that brought the teams to the dance and brought them to the end of playoffs. I do agree with you, Melvin Izzle. It does seem like, Nenze have got themselves a very good setup situation here, but given how snowbally some of these games have been, I do wonder at the team of Lodis, when they've got so many ways to be able to just pile in on any person who does get caught out.
It can very much swing in both sides. I feel like this will be the closest to that ESSKT game we got to see earlier on, where it was extremely back and forth, and that was Lodis really dragging that game by the heels of their feet. But the only difference is this time, I would argue that Lodis do not have the same scaling ability, because when you get to side laning, you're still fine with your Gnar and your Galio, but it doesn't ever end the game, so you kind of want to force those team fights, which Nenze's never going to complain at.
Alright, we're going to pause up at 10 seconds, make sure that we're all kinds of synced up for what should be an extremely intense last game here of the finals. Certainly, we've got the opportunity here to see another snowballing game. I think you're right, Nenze, if they can keep that from happening, they've got all the tools they need to claim the championship for themselves. Alright, I don't want to wait too long because there's a game to be played. So let's get in here. 3, 2, 1. Let's get going.
Right.
First thing, Melvin Izzle.
Yeah.
First thing. Give me a prediction. What's going to be the first major event that's going to happen? Will it be a gank? Will it be a solo kill in one of these lanes? Will it even be a 2v2 brawl that turns deadly?
I think it will be that last one. This looks like it's going to be a 2v2 play. They do not have a red trinket though, so I'm gonna keep that answer and think there will be whichever side opts to look in the jungle and approach last will end up getting collapsed on by the other, because Rakan and Tristana have a lot of combat stats early on. You see both Hail of Blades carries on the ADCs. They both want to jump in, one-hit you, and get out. The only thing is, Tristana has usually a better time of that around the level 2 mark.
And of course, we'll be looking for Lala to make use of those rocket jump resets. There's got some pretty intense pinging going on from Lodis there. I'm not quite sure what the intention is, but they're certainly intimidating us on the sidelines at least.
The bells are ringing, and who do they toll for this game? We'll have to find out in the very near future, because this will not be a slow game. I am calling it now that this will be an aggressive game with kills by at very latest 5 minutes.
I think that's a fair bet to make based on how aggro these teams have been, and again and again and again. We are seeing opposite sides of the map starts for these junglers though, so maybe we won't get that big top lane fight that we would maybe otherwise get.
Looks like it will be opting to just go for the full clear on the Nocturne. This is fine, they are much more reliant on the level 6 for their actual ability to gank than the Rumble. If you find a good lane state though, oh, hold on.
Yeah, we see the Rakan getting torn into the Rel, proving her worth as an offensive piece.
And something to note about Rel, it didn't happen there because they're only level 1, but Guardian for Rakan gives a big old shield. That sounds great, but Rel's Q instantly destroys all shields. So any attempt from Rakan to try and protect their ADC with their E, or from to try and go for these 2v2 skirmishes can go awry very unexpectedly.
And we're keeping an eye out for the timing there for, for Shaco Terrace. They're going to have to play this one out very, very carefully. And right now we can see that there's a nice catch there with the Lance bringing Lala back in, which is forcing the all in from that bottom lane. Shaco Terrace is getting stacked up on that 4-hit, will do a burst, but they flash away just in time.
The defensive ignite zones Leighteen off from walking forward into the minion wave, barely keeps them alive, but does lose both of Shaco's summoners in this process, and considering that Rumble is down here, that is the worst spot you wanted to be in. Now your jungler can't do any more.
Not without that follow-up. Lola does have the exhaust, as do both bot
Mystique's fan
laners.
is looking mid.
The mid roam so far in the tournament, they've been fantastic and hugely impactful.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you there. It was
That's fine.
just looked like it was going to backfire very quickly. The flash is available, but they will not get anything done. Maybe they just get burnt up to a crisp by Rumble here, though.
As you can see, the Nicodem, that Rumble is already in the river, trying to secure space and stop Mystique from being able to roam around. As they wish, nice jump in there. As we've got the Nocturne making the visit to mid lane, but without the ultimate, can't punish the low mobility Anivia.
They do end up using the flash on test account. That is an important cooldown, considering that around that level 6 mark is still going to be within range for these flashes. And as we're alluding to, Mystique's fan can always roam to mid and punish it themselves. While they'll have the Anivia egg, it does mean that now they're going to have to play very far back in this lane if they want to stay safe.
Nice moves from Ribu there. They definitely feel like they know this matchup against the Anivia. They've got the timing down already on avoiding getting caught by those snowballs. We have got the roam here from Shaco Terrace, though, as the reset happens in the bottom lane for Nenze. Maybe a chance to force through a kill before anything untoward happens to this Anivia.
You see play happening, as you say, and it is going to be cancelled. Pretty easy pickup.
Yeah, Ribu doesn't even bother to flash that one, because if they didn't have a chance of getting away from that play, or maybe keeping that flash for their own play later on.
And let's see what this bot lane can get done in the meantime. Can they zone Rakan out as the TP's coming through? They've not actually left mid. This could just be a kill again.
Would be a nice turnaround play that we've
like nothing
still
happened.
got Shaco Terrorist in the mid lane for the time being. It's 2v1 in the bottom.
They aren't really zoning Lula off of any minions because of where the minion wave is right now, and it means this is just only net positive for Nenze. They are just getting a lot done and zoning with pretty much no cost whatsoever. Galio does not even have shoes for their Predator yet, so they can't visit these side lanes without the ultimate.
And not having that ability at all, it's really going to keep a lid on Lodis in the early going. Of course, we are looking for that level 6 to come through. There's Boots of the Predator, the heroic entrance from Riru, and the Paranoia from the Nocturne as well. That's still such a ludicrous amount of reach, as unfortunately the Gnar ultimate goes a little wide in the top, stopping a definitive fight.
Not going to be anything significant. That cooldown is not actually that long whatsoever, considering they only get to use it when they're mega in the first place. Does look like the first real play is happening right now onto this dragon, but Rumble is down here lurking. They will not be level 6 though.
So Drake goes into the hands of Lodis to start us off. Rumble ultimately doesn't end up with anything off of that play. We're still waiting for their level 6 as well. We've got so many massively impactful ultimates in this game, and we're just waiting to see that first big deployment.
With ultimates starting to tick over for the Lodis squad, this is when they're ready. They've managed to have a relatively peaceful early part of the game, only a 200 gold deficit, and amusingly actually, with that Cloud Dragon first of all, 10 ability haste on your ultimate isn't much to most champions, but when your ults are pretty much your entire wombo combo, it's not going to be nothing. This is an actually quite significant drag to pick up for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just narrowing those windows where Lodis will be without those massive ultimates is going to be the big difference maker here. I mean, we haven't seen that come into play as of yet, but the level 6 is there for Nocturne Receive, taking 2 camps at once. They cannot wait to get out onto the rift with that Paranoia and force through that first play. Hopefully, for Lodis, that first play will be a combo together.
We do need to point out the fact that Rumble has just passed over to 6 as well, but if they do not get stuff done with the Equalizer, start getting their Ultimate Hunter stacks are popping, then this can get pretty rough for them, because the Nocturne will be able to keep the aggression going more often because of the ability for them to force so far away and then just clear to the other side of the map. So we'll have to see right now if with this Mega they make their way to top, or if they're just going to continue to farm and say, you know what, net neutral, we'll wait until we want to take a 5v5, because when we do, it's going to be a bop.
Absolute bop. And we've got one of the reasons why we might get a fight already spawning in now. 3 minutes till the Mountain Drake of the game comes up. But the Rift Herald is here for grabs. Both mid laners vying for position as Mystique's fan is roaming up once again. It's going to be hard to get hold of that Anivia. But Ribu is absorbing a lot of damage from the Anivia without having to be forced back.
That is the benefit of the Galio magic damage shield. They aren't really going to get beaten up as this is on vision. And they know that they're forcing this with knowledge from the enemy team, so let's see the play come through. Bot lane's roaming up.
Very early flash, going to walk right into the Scion. This could be a mistake. Paranoia is coming through. There's Harry's entrance coming through the knockup, and the Rumbles, the defensive capabilities. Now that's not something to write home about. Anivia going to be put into the egg and knocked over easy.
And that is Ribu being a beneficiary of that. Despite the slightly askew equalizer, looked like it was going to completely turn the fight, but does not actually trap anybody, and it ends up being completely in Lodis's favor.
The Herald goes to them, the kills as well. 1 kill for the Gnar, 1 for Ribu in the mid lane. No kills so far for Leighton, who's been patiently waiting in the bottom lane, scaling up with Lola. We know how impactful these AD carries will be. But right now, they are just growing.
Does look like Leighton, by the way, used their ultimate a while ago to presumably blow Shaco's flash in a little 2v2 skirmish that didn't amount to any real action outside of that, so it's going to be a significant thing to watch. And now that Reboot got a lot of gold off of that play, they have the Predator shoes. Let's see them force on side lanes off cooldown. This is what we need from them, because otherwise this Anivia is just going to remain a nuisance, and without help, Galio can't really do much to them.
We know that Anivia will eventually grow into an absolutely ludicrously strong threat. So, we've got that one play. The Herald is in the wind. We've got 200 more gold for Lodis here. The plates should be coming, but right now, as we see an aggressive push in from the Gnar, they're trying to go for the kill here under the tower, and Brazoko fan gets the 1v1 kill.
Getting the worst end of this matchup right here, and you can see why they sent Nocturne to jungle just to get this Gnar matchup. Clearly proficient and able to abuse it to hell, and now we have the potential collapse from everybody onto the bottom side with Rel connected.
Roger is there with the Rumble to try and make the play, but of course that Flame Spit is not going to do much for you, where, as you said before, your back is to the opponent, whether it be by fear or by running away.
And problem right there was the Nocturne ultimate timing as they're going for the falls.
Flash in, the equalizer's too wide, but the tower is still there. It would have been an amazing play, but the follow-up, it's going to be difficult. Maybe not difficult for Ribu though, who's so tanky. Catches one, TP coming in. Rel almost drops, but has the shield just in time. Here comes the Gnar as well, flashing forward onto Shakateris, grabs themselves. Kill number 3. It's time for a tower dive. The taunt is good, the play is good, and Lodis, their early game has suddenly come to fruition.
And while it looked a bit scuffed at the beginning there, they managed to burn a few extra cooldowns, getting Rizoku on this bottom side with the Stride Breaker completed now. They managed to secure this bottom lane first tier tower with gold shared by your primary 2 carries of the Nocturne and the Kaiser. This is beautiful if you are a Lodis player.
And we also have the catch out onto test account there. You can see all of the combo being used on the Galio. It did nothing, all being absorbed by that magic damage shield.
Oh, and it looks like Galio's opting for the Shirelias. We won't get much time to talk about those. There's a 4-man potential collapse onto this Gnar though.
This Rumble not living up to our hype so far. Gets a chance to hit. Nice Gnar ultimate. Brings 2 back and a stun on 3 as well. Brazoko fan, even when outnumbered, is still holding the line in this top lane.
And the fact that they used their TP earlier means that now people have to play to them, and it is working.
Here's the entrance, here's the multi-person lockup. The shutdown is good though. Nenze, I think, actually get away with it despite reinforcements arriving.
Dragon is available though, and they've allocated a lot of resources. It looks like Nocturne's going for the solo kill onto Tristana, but this is a very rough play to go for in the meantime.
You can see Lola without a flash to get away. The Nocturne just hoping to not have to use the Paranoia, but has to cash it in. Kaiser coming in to finish the job means that they have got themselves onto the board, and the position is there for the Lodis Dragon take.
So while they do end up losing a bit of gold on the map, Shutdown going away onto, I believe it was the Rumble picking that one up. Yes, it was. Okay, so that is going to be significant, helps accelerate them towards some Magic Pen, but right now we have Mystique's fan behind enemy lines doing the best jukes you've ever seen from a 5NS champion.
Yeah, so slow and off of that horse. But they've got themselves a little bit of help coming. It may not be enough. Test count is so low. The stun is good. Here comes a Gnar from the side. And that is going to be eggs and bacon for Lodis. It's another kill being fed across to the Gnar. They have dominated top lane. Now they're looking to dominate the whole game.
The boomerang from downtown manages to knock them into egg, turn off that Anivia ultimate, and it spells doom for test account. This is not looking good for Nenze. They have ways back into it, and this might be one of them.
Well, of course, with the AD and the Kraken Slayer, much better against the Galio than the Anivia has proven to be. Fan here, smashing into the mid tower. It's a, less than 3k advantage. It's felt like a bigger one as the reaction comes right back in for Nenze. They're trying to force out the play. Equalizer doesn't drop as of yet. There's not enough information.
Those two kiting away. Their team is here to collapse. Galio is on low HP though. It doesn't look good.
There's the equalizer combo with the crowd control, and that's an absolute ton of damage. Nocturne's going to go as well. Double kill to the Rumble. Finally arriving on the field. The promise of the Rumble pick as the flash away from Galio keeps them from falling follow-up damage. Might be too much. That's shut down. Some sweet revenge from Test account as the last two remaining members chased away from the fight. Desolating Smash doesn't quite get the knockup. Going under the tower here. I don't know if the Kaiser is strong enough right now to win the 2 versus 3.
Way too greedy though from Lodis does mean that they're going to lose out on a lot of gold, lose out on shutdowns, and most importantly for them, lose out on this mid lane tower. Not having that available makes Rebu's life hell, because now they do not have the easy ways to just roam to the side lanes using that Predator. They will likely be allocated onto side and will have a much further distance to travel to try and force more aggressive plays.
Speaking of Ribu and the ability to get around the map, you mentioned before the itemization coming in a more supportive direction. That certainly seems to be the case here, with the Shirelia's battle song being picked up by Ribu rather than anything more aggressive.
Not an immediate problem with this, but it does put you on a bit of a clock now if you are the Lodis squad. Because if you do not end out this game relatively quickly, at very least maintain a consistent gold lead, you need to be able to actually end off of in the next 10 minutes or so, because the Galio support itemization, great for the mid game, awful for the late game, because that Shirelia's will not be enough to kill the Anivia, kill the Tristana through Rakan.
And we can see that Test account's Anivia is just getting stronger moment by moment. However, Lodis do still have the ace up their sleeves, which is total dragon control so far. 2 minutes till it starts to turn into Infernal Dragons. And they've got the 2 dragon advantage to turn it into a soul.
And I want to point out that Rumble's ultimate, the Equalizer, 60-second cooldown now. They are missing 1 or 2 of those ultimate Hunter stacks, but they are in a wonderful position right now, as this Gnar can do as much as they can to gap on the top lane, but without the Divine Sunderer, eventually San's just going to get too tanky for them.
You can see there, the fans just pouring all of their resources into this massively armored Hulk of the Scion, and it seems like maybe the Scion's tankiness has reached the critical mass to keep them in lane.
So, right now, we've seen the Mega Gnar has been used, 1 minute 20 though, so that will be back up with the ultimate before then. Rift Herald in inventory. Question I'm asking is, do they use this to just break the mid lane tower, or are they going to try and dive this top lane with everything, draw a lot of pressure, and then reset for the dragon? Both of those plays seem sufficient, but it looks like they're heading for the latter.
The Nocturne backing off as it's 1 minute away from the Drake, so certainly time for the play. What's really striking me, Melvin, is how strong Nicodem's Rumble came into those last fights, despite having not been able to make the play stick for such a long time.
And that is just the power of this pick, along with the fact they have the Night Harvester. With level 2 ultimate now, expect it to be even more deadly coming into the next fight.
The next fight is in 30 seconds. We have a date with Destiny. Both the teams barely separated in goal. But as you say, for Lodis, they need to make something happen before they get outreached by the rest of the Nenze team. Drake's almost here.
Terrifyingly looking at, Nah is 2 levels up on their top lane component. They're jumping in right now with Mega up soon.
Gonna get chased away from the fight though. The rest of the team trying to come back in. Maybe a bit of a timing issue there. There's the equalizer burn through and the counter engage coming in. That's a multi-person Nah ultimate, bringing the team into the hands of Lodis. The resurrection is going to be cancelled out for the pure damage of the Nah. And ultimately, it's a good start for Nenze, but an amazing end for Lodis.
And we said it in the draft, worst case scenario for Lodis, it still looks better than the worst case for Nenze, and you could watch it right there. Nocturne ended ulting the Scion there. That is going to do next to no damage. Galio had to ult defensively, only got 1 knockup. It doesn't matter, the sheer wombo combo, and Mystique's fan saving the day with that follow-up engage, manages to secure 2 kills, this Infernal Dragon, and puts them at soul point for 25 minutes.
Jaco Terrace getting caught out in the jungle and CC'd to death. That's the game plan for Lodis. The TP coming in though, the Drake is not quite done yet. Nocturne's almost dead, almost a steal as Latine is killed. And a shutdown for Lola as well. There may not be a soul point here for Nenze, but they sure know how to punish an overstay.
Very much a silver lining, managing to recover some gold off of that. One of the things that is noted, though, is that Nocturne has not chucked down this Rift Herald, and considering the bot lane respawns, it's going to be extremely difficult for this team to get anything done with that. It is likely just going to feed gold into the enemies. Oh, it's a TP behind mid.
Paranoia follow-up from the Nocturne means now Rumble's going to be chased down. They haven't got an ultimate anymore. The blast cone should get them across the wall. You see the body blocking attempt to happen. No, they didn't make it across, which means they are toast. And what's that just below them on the screen? Could it be a Baron?
There is an Anivia alive, but she's half HP, and against the sheer engage from the enemy team, I don't think you can stop them. San TP to the last play. Yeah, max HP damage on the Kai'Sa, max HP damage on the Gnar. This Baron should be gone.
The compensation for Wixfall on the San is that they will at least get to take a tower down bottom as Anivia steps forward. It's 2 versus an entire squad. This may be a mistake. Double Taunt catches them in the act and they will be annihilated.
Okay, so Lola is walking up. Wizfall is in the mid lane. This could end up being a follow-up force, and we may just see, again, Lemmings into the Baron.
2 versus 5, take 2. The Rumble is coming. Wizfall is going to be locked back into the wall. Another kill. Will we ever see the rest of Nenze put together? It doesn't seem likely. The Baron is stopped for the 2nd time, but at the cost of many a life.
I want to draw attention to the fact this fight started after the dragon died, right? That was a 5-minute respawn timer, and we are now 2 minutes into that timer with 3 left to go until the dragon is up. That was non-stop fighting for the best part of 3 minutes in a row, and you actually got to see the tangible value of this Cloud Dragon. They got to use their ultimates off of cooldown. Mystique's fan getting 2 of their crash downs into their Magnet Storm combos, and this is just ridiculously value for them. They're going to be able to set up the map again, and now the question for me is, can they keep their feet in order, or will they slip up before this next dragon?
I mean, there is certainly the lead for Lodis here. 3,000 in the advantage, but that's not massive. Let's have a quick check and see. Most of that gold difference is coming from the top lane. Rizoko fan with this ludicrously strong Gnar. It's going to walk right into test account there. Eat the stun. Try and make the follow-up, but not have the ability to chase down the kill.
As the phase rush on the Anivia, meaning you can't really stick that damage, and having Galio against Scion and Gnar against Anivia is not the side lane matchups you want if you're a Lodis player. So this just looks like them buying time until the dragon spawns. They're getting the most wave clear that they can done, and they're just fishing for another play.
In your opinion, Melvin Izzle, who are the most important players right now? Who are going to be the difference makers in these vital upcoming fights?
I think it's entirely on Mystique's fan versus this Rumble Orb.
Hero's entrance will knock up mortal members, and you can't do anything when you're crowd controlled in a team fight. The inhibitor damage was not enough. Lola's doing what they can on the Tristana on the backside. Both AD carries exhausted. Kaiser will go back to pick up the double kill. It's a Pyrrhic victory. Nearly everyone dies. And we walk out of it with still 2 AD carries surviving.
No clear victor, just equal gold on both sides from that play. 3 members dying apiece, and that was solely because we got the massive magnet storm, but they did not manage to kill the egg quick enough. So Testacount came out of the egg and got a return kill.
Of course, one person who knows how to get a kill locked down is Lola. That's a big shutdown for them, which means that both AD carries now with 4 kills apiece, 2 items completed, and we have got ourselves quite likely, okay, I was going to say quite likely a pause, because Ribu is heading out just before we move into Infernal Soul Point.
And we are starting to turn over to the area where Nenze are becoming favored in these fights when they execute well. This Tristana is massive, this Anivia is massive. Rumble controls these chokes beautifully. They have the vision set up, and frankly, I think this is the first fight where they're coming into it fully favored. Because while we can see Gnar TP in on that flank, they will not have Mega. They will just be Mini Gnar, and that doesn't do anything. They need seconds to ramp up, but that's enough time for Nenze to set up a defensive flank.
At least Testacount's egg form is going to be down for this next fight, so the Nifty will not have the ability to survive if they do get aggroed onto. They're going to have to play that much further back, as the play is going to be forced here. Late team by themselves here. Tries to go 1v1 with the top lane. Wistful, of course, can't do much to stop them directly. They're trying to set up the play. Ultimately, they end up with nothing. The Drake has been started. This seems so incredibly risky.
I saw without Killer Instinct, they can't follow up on these plays.
Here's a massive crowd control once again across the whole team. The shutdown immediately. The Tristana is gone, and that means most of the damage is gone as well. Nibia can't stay in the fight with Leighteen pouring out tons of damage. It's all over. We've got an Infernal Soul for Lodis. They've got an incredible fight. They've got everything. They make it out with 5 kills, and only 1 death traded.
Mystique's fan being the righteous defender of their team right there, getting the 3-person stun to finish off the play that perfectly leads together. And because Mystique's fan dies, it means that they can take this Baron. Because as we saw, their Testacount had turned their damage to finish off the Rel, but in effect that doesn't do anything to stop the enemy team. And now they have Baron, they have Infernal Soul, and this game looks all but done for Lodis.
And that was the fight moment as we were looking to see Nenze come in and prove what they were worth. They couldn't deal with this combo crowd control. And Lola taken out so early on. The hope of the team quashed so quickly.
And now we are watching as this game should be set and match. Coming off of base right now, they can force in 2 sides because Gnar is completely safe against the Scion. They will always be able to dodge away from that ultimate unless they're already CC'd. And now it is just a matter of dotting the I's and crossing the T's for Lodis. They are getting ready for the end of the game, and it looks like a desperation play maybe in Nenze's playbook to come.
Yeah, Lodis may be crossing the I's. Nenze are crossing their fingers that somehow they can find the play and get it to stick. The equalizer we've been looking for all this time. It does so much when someone's locked down inside it, and so little when the play is made past that massive damage. Down the bottom lane, we've got the attempt to force through a play. Mid-tower still hasn't fallen with 27 minutes in with 37 kills. It's only been 4 towers so far.
I think this is all due to the Anivia, the ridiculous wave clip, but I think they may just change their mind, force onto Scion here, as that is the easier option, and it allows Kai'Sa to push down mid, and she, like the rest of the team, can instantly rotate using those ultimates.
See how quickly a 9-kill Gnar can deal with the tower here, so there's Stride Breakers in pocket for top and jungle of Lodis to force those plays through further. Collector in pocket for Leighteen to execute those low health targets. Towers are starting to crumble as we can see Lodis taking possession of more and more territory from Nenze.
Only a minute left on the Baron buff though, and they've managed to do an excellent job on the Nenze squad from repelling this push, but it only takes one thing to go wrong. One step out of line, and suddenly your base is gone before your very eyes. There is a good amount of money riding on the line of this, and they are waiting for the best opportunity to try and recover it.
A full £100 could swing on the smallest of plays. Can you execute when all the pressure is on, when your team are relying on you? Mystique's fan has shown us that they can make a whole team fight for themselves. Nenze, their opportunities are closing down. They're holding in their base, but they're barely holding on.
Looks like they have actually managed to repel this entire Baron push though, which means 3 minutes apiece as they're actually going to try and force something at the last sliver of the push. Okay.
You're right. This has been ultimately a successful defense here. So even with that Inferno Soul, the extra burst of damage, it still hasn't proven enough to get through and actually even open an inhibitor, let alone take one.
And that is starting to worry the Lodis players now, because there is a Elder Dragon and a Baron up in next to the exact same timers of 2 minutes and 30 seconds apiece. The problem for them now is they're looking at it thinking, what can we do? Hold on.
You force a hero's entrance. Lola says, wait a second, there's someone else for me to shoot. Their chasing power on this Tristana is extremely scary when it comes to a not full team fight.
And you can see it right there. If you don't get the initial force, Lola pumps out an insane amount of damage from a hilariously safe range. So when there are going to be these two synchronously spawning objectives, they can just coin flip it and say, you go for one, we get the other. And that is exactly what Nenze need to try and execute on.
The team goes in super aggressively and gets immediately deleted. The equalizer, it doesn't look like Lodis are done with this fight. They may not need their AD carry. They've got the gold lead. Nice start also catches two, but the damage is not there. There's no Galio. They're forcing the fight and they are getting slapped down.
That was a brilliant bait. They had them standing out of position, and there was just an Anivia hiding behind a corner. Sakaisa lands and is instantly stunned to death. And now we can just see Nenze, they're collapsing across the map. They've got this Tristana pushing down mid. All Wizful needs to do is stop Nocturne basing, and there is no threat onto their AD carry in the middle lane.
Serax getting popped there by the roar of the Slayer, and almost kill force. TP coming out. This could be a disaster though. A step too far. Taunt lands on one, and are hopping across and will almost get a deletion. Keep your eyes out for Lola though on the Tristana. Nothing can deal with that much damage.
Egg is not available anymore, so anything out of position and test account is dead. 50 seconds apiece on these objectives. Can they keep Nenze on the map, or will they get their bases off? This is the crucial point now. If Lodis can stop this, they can secure both objectives, but they need to keep them out and here and keep them accountable on the enemy squad.
You can see that the pings are coming through primarily on the spawn time of that Elder Dragon. That's the raw combat stats. That's the additional execute that could turn a close team fight into a rout.
So, 18 seconds left on this Elder Dragon. This one is ridiculously important because everybody gets so low in these fights, and it will execute. With the egg not available, there is nothing Nenze can do if this objective goes over to the enemy team. Now, we can see the setup. Keep your eye on Mystique's fan. They've got the rail flash up. They are ready for this Magnet Storm, and it will end the game in one fell swoop if they get it.
The Gathering Storm. There is the bait. Lola gets hit by the Plasma. Could have the follow-up, but maybe Leighteen has learned to be a bit more circumspect when it comes to these plays. Elder Dragon is in. No startup on the objective quite yet. No, they will. Lodis have aggroed the dragon. This is going to turn into a game-turning fight.
You're on a clock now. Mega Gnar is up. You need to make something happen, because if he goes mini, this fight changes very quickly.
There is the Gnar coming in and the multi-person crowd control. Lola is gone! And with them, the hopes of the team. Lodis, they pull off the team fight. They didn't even need the Elder Dragon to do it. Triple kill for Leighteen. Says, see you later. Nenze, we've got a date with your base.
Lodis working under pressure, and the beautiful engage from this Gnar, followed up by Mystique's fan. Rizoku take a bow after that one. How beautifully done. on a timer, on pressure, in the best of 3, 1 point each. They will secure this game, they will secure that extra prize money, and they will secure the cup.
Oh my god, 2 incredible teams to take us to the very end here. And the perfect way to end it as well. We got what we wanted, Meldizzle. We got both of these teams finally at their full power, at their full potential, and going at each other full force.
Back and forth all the way up until the very end there, and it was beautiful to watch throughout. We finally see it close up for that one. Very, very well played from both teams, and we get one hell of a wonderful series to finish off our cup.
Oh my gosh. Of course, you know, we've got to shout out some of the performances in there, which were absolutely amazing. I mean, you know, on the side of Nenze, our second place team there, you know, Lola, up until the very end of the game, they didn't even have more kills than they had deaths in the game, but they were still a massive threat on the Tristana.
And it was looking so good for the Lodis squad initially, as we see that just looking into that game, it was in their favor, and then they dropped the ball, and it looked like the Nenze squad had the tools to pick it up and run it home, but they do not get the whole way. They trip on their shoelaces at the last second, and Lodis have to give them props, excellently executed, even with a few errors throughout.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, some of the playmaking towards the end was just so incredibly crisp. You know, of course, we've got Mizoko Fan, who, you know, dominated up in that top side. And as you said right back at the beginning, that was absolutely by design. The Nocturne pick going across to Lodis. And, you know, absolutely no complaints about a 19 assist Nocturne.
Very well played, and they managed to use this flex pick to its full potential. So, I think if we had to go forward and pick an MVP, I think it has to be top lane Null this game. They really did just run it from their side, and while they were back and forth in this series, I believe we've got a giant cup on the screen right now to
oh my gosh,
as that is certainly a prize to give out. Well played for the Lodis squad. You performed on the day, and you performed the best.
Oh my gosh. Fantastic stuff. I think they're going to, you know, both of the teams in the finals, I think, walking away with absolutely nothing to regret there. Just brilliant play. So as we come to an end here, do you want to remind you guys who have been watching? Oh my gosh, yes, that cup's just came up for me. That is very large. That's so large you can fit an entire team inside it. Fantastic. What this is all about in the first place, Play Beyond Nutrition. They're a startup who offer healthy, efficient solutions to nootropic supplements. Yeah, they've got products to help boost energy and focus when you need it most, whether that be at work or during the middle of a team fight. They've also got the disconnect to help you power down safety. Check it all out at playbeyondnutrition.com and playbeyondnutri with a 1 at the end over on Twitter. Our thanks to them for hosting today's competition, providing the very generous prize pool, and of course the opportunity for such fantastic competition. I've been Counterfeit, joined by Melvin Izzle. It's been our privilege to bring you the competition over today and yesterday. Gosh, that's a very feisty cup that's getting around the place, but it's a cup well earned. Melvin Izzle, for our folks watching, any final insights from the tournament you'd like to share before we go into the night?
Well, considering that tonight and tomorrow is the next Clash Cup, I think everybody can learn that a little bit of team fight force really does get you a long way, and you should never give up in these kind of plays because it always can be salvaged when you're under pressure in these environments.
So hope to see you guys down the line. For now, though, Play Beyond Nutrition, do check them out. Give it a little love for what they've put together over the last 2 days, and we'll see you guys again soon.